that large crowds of Palestinians are racing to pull food off aid convoys and causing a stampede has led to large number of civilian casualties. Now, this comes after more than 100 people were killed while trying to access food and water supplies from aid trucks. Progressive Democratic lawmakers in the U.S. House warned of a catastrophe if Israel continued attacks in Rafah, where more than half of Gaza's population of 2.3 million have taken refuge. The leaders also urged for permanent ceasefire in the war. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that it was too early to say if Israel will agree to a ceasefire and hostage exchange deal with Hamas. Netanyahu asserted that while his government was making big attempts to succeed, he would not bend to Hamas's demands. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has expressed shock and grief at the latest deaths in Gaza. This comes after more than 100 people were killed while trying to race towards trucks, which raised the overall toll since the start of the conflict to 30,000. Israeli strikes over central Gaza killed at least 20 people, including 5 women and 2 children. Dozens of men attended a funeral procession outside the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital in Deir al-Balah. Rafah Hospital is dealing with 50 deliveries and 25 C-sections every day. Al-Afda Hospital is being aided by UN agencies. The hospital is also facing a shortage of doctors and equipments. Shelter homes in Gaza are flooding due to continuous Israeli airstrikes in the region. Most homes have been destroyed due to the conflict. A battalion of Ukrainian volunteer medics evacuated wounded soldiers from the front line amid fierce battles in the eastern region. The volunteers, known as the Hospitallers, recovered injured servicemen using their modified bus where they were treated on the move. A fire in a 6-story shopping mall in Bangladesh's capital city, Dhaka, has killed at least 46 people and injured dozens. As rescue operations and probe into the fire carry on, questions arise regarding the construction of the building and of intentional negligence.
Tragedy struck at the heart of Dhaka as a devastating fire erupted in a 6-story shopping mall, killing at least 46 people and injuring several others.
ইতিমধ্যে আমাদের কাছে মৃতের রিপোর্ট হচ্ছে 46টি মৃতের ভেতর 41 জনকে তাদের পরিবারের সদস্যরা শনাক্ত করতে সম্ভব হয়েছে এবং এই 41 জনের ভেতরে আমরা 38 জনকে তাদের পরিবারের কাছে লাশ হস্তান্তর করা হয়েছে।
Fire service and law enforcement personnel bravely worked together at the scene, battling fierce flames and chaos to rescue survivors trapped within the inferno. Survivors recount harrowing tales of escaping the blaze.
জানতে পারছি তখন 2 তলায় আগুন ছিল, আমরা ছাদে চলে গেছিলাম। ছাদে আমরা 30 জনের মতো ছিলাম। আগুন নিভানোর পরে ফায়ার যে লোকজন ছিল, ফায়ার সার্ভিসের পুরো এক সাইড হয়ে গিয়ে।
The fire is believed to have originated in a popular restaurant on the mall's first floor.
ব্রিগেডের কর্মকর্তা এবং তাদের উদ্ধার কর্মীরা কাজ করেছে, আইন শৃঙ্খলা রক্ষাকারী বাহিনী সকলেই এখানে কাজ করেছে এবং যেভাবে উদ্ধার হয়েছে আগুন নিয়ন্ত্রণে আসলেও মানুষের কিন্তু ক্ষতি হয়েছে। এখন পর্যন্ত পুরোপুরি জানা যায়নি।
Rescuers worked tirelessly to save lives, pulling 75 individuals to safety, including 42 who were found unconscious amidst the chaos. As the nation mourns the loss of so many lives, questions arise about the cause of the fire. While forensic experts scour the charred remains of the building, authorities seek answers amidst reports of lax monitoring and building code violations.
ভবনটাতে একটা মাত্র সিঁড়ি আছে। তারপরে আরও দেখেন এই ভবনটাতে যেখানে মানুষ আপনার যে স্মোকের শিকার হয়ে মানুষ যে পড়েছিল অচেতন অবস্থায়, সেই জায়গাটাতে কোনো ভেন্টিলেশন নাই। আমরা আসলে একটা তদন্ত কমিটি করেছি, আমরা দেখতে চাই কারো কোনো গাফিলতি আছে কি না।
As Bangladesh grapples with yet another tragedy, dozens of families stay grappled with fear. Agency report, Republic TV.
Time to slip in a very short break. On the other side, Bangladesh fire accident, 44 killed and dozens injured in Dhaka. Iran votes in first parliamentary election since 2022 protests as questions over turnout loom. This and much more after a very short break.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to proudly share with you that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has agreed to be the chief guest to deliver the chief keynote address at the annual summit of the Republic Media Network, which is scheduled for the 7th of March. The Prime Minister's presence is the highlight of this year's event, as always, which is on the theme, Bharat, the Next Decade. We are truly grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also extremely happy to share with you that the Honorable Home Minister of India, Shri Amit Shah, and the Honorable Finance Minister of India, Nirmala Sitharaman, will also be keynote speakers at the Republic Media Network's annual summit on the 7th of March. Over the next few days, I will be sharing with you the names of some of our other speakers and how you can be a part of the event as well. The Republic Media Network's annual summit, our marquee event, is on the 7th of March, and our chief guest is the Prime Minister of India.
The BCCI has unveiled the annual player contracts for Team India senior men category for the 2023-2024 season, and one of the biggest highlights from this announcement is the termination of contracts of players like Shreyas Iyer and Ishan Kishan, who recently went against the wishes of the BCCI and skipped domestic cricket for their respective teams. Ishan Kishan and Shreyas Iyer were excluded after ignoring the directive to play Ranji Trophy. Their exclusion can be seen as a stern message to young players unwilling to put in the hard yards in first-class cricket while chasing white ball glory and lucrative IPL contracts. Kishan did not turn up for Jharkhand throughout the team's campaign in Ranji Trophy, despite not being on national duty since leaving from the tour of South Africa in December, citing personal reasons. He has instead focused on preparing for the IPL next month. Now, Shreyas Iyer, on the other hand, did not make himself available for Mumbai's Ranji Court final against Baroda after being excluded from the team after the second test against England. He, however, has been picked for the Ranji semi-finals, which begin from the 2nd of March. The big names who have lost their contracts include Cheteshwar Pujara, Shikhar Dhawan, Umesh Yadav and Yuzvendra Chahal, who all have fallen out of favour with the selectors. Indian skipper Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Jasprit Bumrah and Ravindra Jadeja figure in the A+ category, which is the highest bracket of the BCCI's central contract. A total of 6 cricketers feature in the A category, including Ashwin, Shami, Mohammad Siraj, KL Rahul, Shubman Gill and Hardik Pandya. In the B category, BCCI has added cricketers like Suryakumar Yadav, Rishabh Pant, Kuldeep Yadav, Akshar Patel.
The Argentine feminist movement is holding a rally to protest against measures introduced by Argentine President Javier Milei. This comes days after he banned inclusive language and any reference to the gender perspective in public administration documents. Take a look at this report.
In Argentina, a feminist movement has erupted against measures introduced by President Javier Milei. The protests come after Milei banned inclusive language and references to gender perspectives in public administration documents.
Se van a proceder a iniciar las actuaciones para prohibir el lenguaje inclusivo y todo lo referente a la perspectiva de género en toda la administración pública nacional. Por supuesto, ustedes ya conocen los detalles, no se va a poder utilizar la letra E, la arroba, la X y evitar la innecesaria inclusión del femenino en todos los documentos de la administración pública.
The decision has sparked outrage among the Argentine feminist movement.
Es una medida que va en línea con lo que ha declarado el gobierno desde la propia campaña, que ha declarado el movimiento feminista como enemigo de su proyecto anarcocapitalista, que se suma a la negación de la brecha de género, a la negación de la violencia de género, al desfinanciamiento y a la desmantelación de la política de prevención y abordaje de las violencias.
The movement is known for its mass demonstrations and advocacy for women's rights. Before assuming office, President Milei vowed to combat what he termed as the indoctrination of Marxism. He views gender ideology as part of this culture battle. President Milei's administration is swiftly dismantling a pre-existing government structure. He recently closed the Ministry of Women and dissolved the National Institute Against Discrimination, citing budget concerns. These actions have ignited protests across the country.
Reformatear una sociedad, no solamente en términos económicos, sino también en términos culturales. Creo que varias de las cuestiones que estamos viendo, la decisión del día de ayer de prohibir, ¿sí? Porque es prohibir la utilización del lenguaje inclusivo respecto de cualquier órgano estatal, se inscribe en ese mismo
As civilian tensions escalate in the Latin American nation, the debate over language and inclusivity continues to polarize the nation. Agency Report, Republic TV.
News and wrap from across the globe now. Iran has begun its first parliamentary election since 2022 after the country underwent mass unrest and civilian protests. However, questions loom over how many people will turn out for the poll. Amid these uncertainties, Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was among the first to cast his ballot. Here's more. As Congo seeks to expand oil drilling, some communities worry pollution will worsen. The oil extraction has polluted soil in the villages and withered crops. Time to slip into a very short break. Coming up, BJP likely to announce first list of Lok Sabha candidates. Top sources say focus on star candidates in weak seats.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Of the details that we have got regarding the list of the BJP candidates to be announced anytime now, I'm not going into individual names, but this is what I'm hearing. One, that there could be over 20 new faces in the first list itself. That's huge. Secondly, that over a dozen ministers, many of whom are presently in the Rajya Sabha or have been in the Rajya Sabha, will be asked to fight the Lok Sabha elections for the first time. And thirdly, that overall more than 40 to 50 sitting MPs will be replaced by the BJP. This means that in 2024, in these Lok Sabha elections, the BJP is going in for a shuffle ahead of the elections. This is in line with the periodic shuffle that the BJP has started to do in states as well. Unlike the Congress, the BJP shuffles its decks, shuffles its candidates, and shuffles those given government and political responsibility every few years. The BJP also brings in, periodically and with great thought, people with domain experience, even if they don't have a hardcore political experience, or they haven't been politicians from their 20s, and they bring them in after they've achieved in other aspects of public life, and they bring them into critical positions to strengthen the governance capacity of the government. Besides, this also ensures a great deal of freshness insofar as both the party and the government are concerned at the decision-making levels. Now, I'm asking you viewers tonight, is this not something to be appreciated? I know that there is a complete asymmetry which is not good for Indian politics. I know that there is an imbalance in Indian politics today, and I keep talking about it every day, but then it is neither Prime Minister Narendra Modi nor Amit Shah nor JP Nadda's job to invent and co-create an opposition. What is to be noted is something else. That despite this obvious asymmetry, despite the predominant position the BJP is in, the BJP is going into this election without assuming that it is going to roll over the opposition. That, in simple terms, is called a fighting spirit. What is a fighting spirit? In politics and in life, when you give it your all, knowing that you have a complete edge, when you give it all your all, when you enter the ring, knowing that there are no odds against you, but you still fight for every inch, that is called fighting spirit. And the BJP today has a fighting spirit where the opposition has none. When people tell you it's about organizational strength, it is about money, it's not only that. It is the fighting spirit that the BJP has.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Morning Express with me, Ginny Narula. Let's take a look at our top headlines. BJP likely to announce first list of Lok Sabha candidates. Top sources say focus on star candidates and weak seats. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit Krishna, Nagar, Nadia districts of Bengal to inaugurate development projects worth rupees 15,000 crores. Congress all set to launch its poll campaign next week. Party manifesto committee meeting scheduled on March 4th. Bengaluru police registers case against anti-terror law UAPA. This in connection with the explosion at Rameshwaram Cafe. Politics rages on over Bengaluru Cafe blast case. BJP hits out Congress government, links pro-Pakistan slogans to the explosion. In a fresh blow, Paytm Payments Bank fined rupees 5.49 crore over alleged money laundering. This comes a month after the RBI barred it from accepting new deposits. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a two-day visit to West Bengal. The Prime Minister will launch projects worth rupees 15,000 crores in the Nadia district. The Prime Minister took on the TMC over Sandeshkhali, besides taking on the ruling government in Bengal over crime and corruption yesterday. Prime Minister Modi also interacted with Chief Minister Mamata at an official function at the Raj Bhavan on day one. Take a look at this detailed report.
Prime Minister Modi is all set to visit the Nadia district today. He will address a public meeting and inaugurate projects in Krishna Nagar worth rupees 15,000 crore. A day after Prime Minister's fiery attack on Mamata's government in West Bengal's Armgarh.
बंगाल की स्थिति भी आज पूरा देश देख रहा है। मां, माटी, मानुष, ये इसके ढोल पिटने वाली टीएमसी ने संदेशखाली की बहनों के साथ जो किया है वो देखकर पूरा देश दुखी है, आक्रोशित है। साथियों, इंडी गठबंधन के लिए भ्रष्टाचारियों, परिवारवादियों और तुष्टीकरण वालों का साथ देना ही एक ही काम बचा है, यही सबसे बड़ा काम है।
Overall, he is set to lay foundation stone and inaugurate various development projects worth rupees 22,000 crore in the state. The PM will return to the state on March 6 to address a rally at Barasat in North 24 Parganas. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
News and wrap from across the country. Prime Minister Modi met Mamata Banerjee in Raj Bhavan in Kolkata amid the row over Sandeshkhali incident. Mamata Banerjee said that she raised the issues faced by the state with the Prime Minister. She also said that it was a courtesy meeting. While visiting West Bengal, the Prime Minister targeted the Mamata government over the Sandeshkhali incident. Prime Minister Modi urged people to reply in the form of vote to TMC government. Prime Minister Modi took a dig at the India Alliance for keeping silent over the horrific incident in Sandeshkhali. He said India Alliance leaders are like the three monkeys of Gandhiji who are blind, mute and deaf. Prime Minister criticized Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge for belittling the incident. He further said that all these things are normal in Bengal. While targeting the Mamata government, Prime Minister Modi said that Mamata Banerjee only beats drum of Ma, Mati and Manush and does not live up to those values. Prime Minister Modi said that there is no limit to abuse of women in Sandeshkhali and went on to say that the TMC defended the accused instead of siding with the women who suffered and that it was the BJP who fought for justice. Prime Minister Modi criticized the Mamata government over protecting Shah Jahan. He said Mamata chose to protect Shah Jahan in the Sandeshkhali incident and disappointed the women of Bengal. Prime Minister visited Hooghly and addressed a rally there. He said that he has set a target of making the country developed by 2047. The poor, youth, women and farmers are the priority of the country. Prime Minister Modi took a swipe at Congress and the India Alliance while addressing a rally in Jharkhand's Dhanbad. Prime Minister said that these parties are the biggest enemies of development. Prime Minister Modi said the electricity project started by former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee was shut down when the Congress government came to power. He further said that he revived the project after 2014, giving light to several houses. Now, news just coming in that Central Crime Branch investigators have escalated their efforts in probing the Bengaluru bomb blast. They have identified a suspicious individual in a CCTV footage noted for wearing a cap and mask while walking in the cafe. The man was observed using a mobile phone to conceal his face from the surveillance cameras. CCB sleuths speculate that he might have conducted a reconnaissance of the cafe before the incident. The investigation is intensifying to uncover further details about the individual and the circumstances surrounding the blast. Well, news just has come in that the Central Crime Branch investigators have escalated their efforts in probing the Bengaluru blast, and they have identified a suspicious individual. This, of course, they've identified in the CCTV footage. He was wearing a cap and a mask while walking in a cafe. My colleague Prajwal is joining us. A very good morning to you, Prajwal. Now, the latest in Bengaluru blast is that the CCB investigators have identified a suspicious individual on the basis of CCTV footage. What more do we know about it? Have they gathered anything more other than this?
No, Jenny, we need to understand that this particular footage that Republic has gone ahead and access clearly shows this person who is the suspected bomber who is walking towards this Bangalore, is walking towards this private cafe as well, exactly an hour before the blast. And this particular footage has been, captured from a commercial establishment on the ITPL main road in Kundalahalli in Brookfield as well. And he's seen walking towards the cafe. And later, there have also been partial images which have been accessed by Republic, which reveals the suspected bomber's face, and this is right from outside the cafe. In fact, we have access to images of this particular bomber. He's seen wearing the spectacles, and he's also gone ahead and lowered his mask as well, and also he's wearing a cap to have some food, because there are a total of 3 images. In one of the images, he's gone to the cash counter. He's carrying a plate of food, and then he's moved towards the food counter where he seemed to be having food, at which point of time he's lowered his mask, and this is from right outside the cafe. If you look at it, he's on the pedestrian walkway. He's on the pedestrian walkway right outside the cafe, and he's being seen there lowering his mask, and also his face has been revealed now. It's also we are also getting to we are also getting to understand at this point of time that the FSL team
in Madiwala is going ahead and trying to enhance the footage as well as the screen grabs too, because his face is still not clear, because basically these CCTV cameras which have been installed usually in these cafes are of low resolution, and also the fact that it has been captured in a wider aspect. It's very difficult to go ahead and zoom into it, because once you zoom into the suspect's face, you can clearly go ahead and see that the clarity is lost as well. So we get to understand that they are going ahead and trying to enhance these images, and these are the first images coming on Republic exclusively, where you can go ahead and see the face of this particular suspect, which has now been revealed from the CCTV grab as well. And also, all said and done now, he seemed to be suspiciously walking around, and also in the CCTV footage that has been seen, Guinea, we can clearly go on and see the fact that he's seen carrying a bag. He's seen carrying a bag on the left hand of his shoulder, a sling bag more of, and he's seen walking very quickly towards the cafe. It's exactly an hour before the blast has taken place, Guinea.
Right, Prajwal, as we can see, the footage is not very clear. He's wearing a mask. His face is not visible. So what are the steps? How are they going to identify this person who's in the CCTV footage?
Guinea, so as I was saying earlier, there are also images. It is not only the CCTV footage that they are relying on. The cops are also going ahead and relying on, face recognition, as well as they're relying on a series of CCTV footages as well, because this is only one of the CCTV footage, not captured from the establishment of the cafe, but, captured from yet another private building as well. So therefore now they're going ahead and looking to take all these videos and collate it into one. They're trying to go ahead and recreate the crime scene as to when did this bomber arrive. Had he gone ahead and conducted a recce before too? Because by the looks of it, he seems to be well aware of this particular area as well. And if you look at it, he's not walking on the pedestrian walk. He's in fact walking on the road in itself to avoid the CCTV footages in particular, meaning to state that this particular person has in fact gone ahead and recce'd this place. He's gone ahead and recce'd this place. He had been here before is what the sources in the know of the investigation are saying, and they suspect this strongly. And he exactly knows where are the blind spots of the cafe as well, because if you look at the CCTV screen grab that we have got, an image of the suspect, a partial face reveal of the suspect, it can be clearly seen that he's trying to hide his face behind a tree, which is right next to the cafe where the blast exactly took place. The blast exactly took place at around 10 meters away from this place where the suspect's face is being seen. So he exactly knows where and how to walk around as well. And this clearly shows that it was a well-planned attack, and he had gone ahead and placed this mysterious bag, and the object which was inside it went off, creating a huge explosion out there, a low-intensity explosion in fact. So the cops will first now bring in the CCTV footage. They will try to go ahead and take screen grabs from frame to frame. They will go on and process the image, enhance the quality of it, and then they will try to identify it. And also now what is very interesting over here is also that the cops are looking into the tower dump, or the call data records. CDR is what we call them. These call data records will also be taken in as to who was speaking to whom, from which tower has the calls been received and has been sent to, is also something that is being looked into. But all said and done, this is definitely a huge breakthrough for the Central Crime Branch sleuths who are investigating into this suspected bomb blast, Guinea.
Right, Prajwal, thanks for that update. Of course, we'll keep coming back to you as and when more details emerge there. Of course, the person seems to have done a recce of the area in the CCTV footage, so it seems to be a planned attack. Now, moving on, a very popular cafe, Rameshwaram Cafe in Bengaluru, saw a terror attack. There were nuts and bolts and batteries, and it's strongly emerging now that the blast, which injured 10 people, was an IED blast. Now, the NIA will do its investigation. Here's the report.
March 1st, 12:55 p.m. A Friday afternoon turned out to be nightmare for many An IED blast ripped through Rameshwaram Cafe, a popular eatery in Bengaluru. Republic Canada accessed the CCTV footage of the moments leading to the blast as well as its immediate aftermath. In the first footage, customer can be seen waiting to get a table. A waiter is about to put a plate on the counter when the blast took place in the cafe. Debris fall from the ceiling. A man can be seen falling while attempt to move away, while a woman is seen lying on the floor. A little later, she can be seen attempting to get up but fails to do so. In another footage, customer can be seen in the waiting area of the restaurant when the explosion hits. Both customers and the staff member behind the counters are seen running for their lives.
Forensic science team has gone ahead and recovered a 12-volt battery, nuts and bolts, as well as remnants of a suspicious bag as well, which is now being understood that that particular object, which was the explosive device, was kept inside it as well. All these items which has now been seized, including the batteries, has been sent to the FSL lab in Madiwala, where the team will be going ahead and looking into what were the remnants and how has this exactly been triggered off.
There was a blast in the Rameshwaram Cafe. It is a low incentive blast. One youngster has come and kept a small bag and it has been blasted after an hour. About 10 of them has been injured. The matter, the FSL team, the bomb squad is just looking at. The CCB has been heading this team. More than 7-8 groups are already on the job.
BJP has linked the blast to pro-Pak slogan raised in Karnataka Assembly.
ಸ್ವತಃ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳೇ ಇದನ್ನು ಒಪ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನಗನ್ನಿಸ್ತದೆ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೆದಂತ ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ್ ಜಿಂದಾಬಾದಿನ ದೇಶದ್ರೋಹಿ ಘಟನೆ ನಡೆದಿದೆ.
Earlier, DK Shivakumar poked holes on terror angle in the Bengaluru cooker blast case.
He said there is a big terrorist. Who are the terrorists? Who is that? What action you have taken? Who has declared? Who asked the DG to declare himself that is a terrorist without an investigation? What investigation did they do? How many days did they do? Who has been called a terrorist? If they had gone into detail, what they showed on the TV, what they showed on the Facebook, was it a terrorist act like what happened in Mumbai?
What is Congress' position on national security?
The police in Bengaluru have filed a case in the Bengaluru blast case in which 10 people were injured. The FIR has been filed under the stringent Unlawful Activities Prevention Act and the Explosives Act. The man who planted the explosives has been identified in the CCTV footage and will be arrested soon, as per Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar. Here's more on this story in this report.
10 people were injured in a blast at a popular cafe in Bengaluru. Top agencies ranging from the NIA, NSG and units of Bengaluru police such as the forensic team and the bomb squad are looking into the case. The police has filed an FIR in the case under the stringent UAPA and the Explosive Act. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has meanwhile confirmed that it was an IED blast.
ನನಗಿರೋ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಪ್ರಕಾರ 12 ಗಂಟೆ ಸುಮಾರು 12 ಗಂಟೆ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಯಾರೋ ಒಂದು ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗಿದ್ರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದು ತನಿಖೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸುಮಾರು 8 ಜನರಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಂಡಿಸಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಹೋಟೆಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಬಟ್ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದರಿಂದ ಪಾರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಇಂಜುರಿ ಅಂತೂ ಆಗಿದೆ.
CCTV ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮಿನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ಬ ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಅದು ಹೈ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೋಸಿವ್ ಬ್ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಇಂಪ್ರೂವೈಸರ್ ಹೈ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೋಸಿವ್ ನೋಡಬೇಕು, ಅದು ಇನ್ನೂ ತನಿಖೆ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ.
Many articles preparated of the bomb.
Time to slip in a very short break. Coming up on the other side, politics rages on over Bengaluru cafe blast case. BJP hits out Congress government, links pro-Pakistan slogans to the explosion.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
आज प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अप्रूव किया है नॉर्थ ईस्ट में आसाम में पहला सेमीकंडक्टर यूनिट। सबसे पहले देश में प्रयास हुआ था 1962 में, फिर 1980 में प्रयास हुआ, 1984 में प्रयास हुआ, 2005 में प्रयास हुआ, 2007 में प्रयास हुआ, 2011 में भी ट्राई किया। जब नीयत और नीति दोनों साफ होते हैं, स्पष्ट होते हैं, तो सक्सेस मिलती है। आज प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में संभव हो पाया कि भारत की पहली कॉमर्शियल सेमीकंडक्टर फैब आज अप्रूव हुई। बहुत जल्दी इसका भूमि पूजन होगा और जैसा आपने माइक्रॉन के केस में देखा था, विद इन 90 डेज एक्चुअल कंस्ट्रक्शन आरंभ हो गया जमीन पे, वैसा ही टारगेट लेके चलेंगे। 100 दिन के अंदर अंदर इस प्लांट का कंस्ट्रक्शन आरंभ करेंगे। साथियों, जो भारत का सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2021 15 दिसंबर को कैबिनेट में अप्रूव किया था, उसके तहत एक प्लांट माइक्रॉन का ऑलरेडी कंस्ट्रक्शन में है, एक ये फैब अप्रूव हुई, साथ ही साथ 2 और बहुत महत्वपूर्ण प्रोजेक्ट्स आज अप्रूव हुए सेमीकंडक्टर यूनिट के। हम सब जानते हैं नॉर्थ ईस्ट पे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो फोकस दिया, अपने करीब
हमारा जो काम है वो आप लोगों के लिए ही है और आप लोगों की सुरक्षा के लिए ही है और आपकी सुविधा के लिए ही है। अगर हमारी फसल नहीं कटेगी तो हम सामने वाले के भी नहीं कटने देंगे। अगर आप सोचते हैं कि आगे लगाएंगे, हो सकता है कि हालात ख़राब हों, कि फसल फिर काट पाएँ नहीं काट पाएँ, तो उसके लिए हम यकीन दिलाते हैं ऐसी सिचुएशन हम नहीं आने देंगे। अगर हमारी फसल नहीं कटेगी तो हम सामने वाले के भी नहीं कटने देंगे। तो निश्चिंत होकर काम करें, बीएसएफ आपके लिए पूरा सहयोग करने के लिए तैयार है। जहाँ तक आपने बताया बंद बनने के लिए, और उसके लिए जो प्रपोजल है ऑलरेडी गृह मंत्रालय ने उसको अप्रूव कर दिया है। उसके लिए जैसे जैसे फंड्स आते हैं उसी प्रकार से वो आपके बनता जाएगा। तो मेरी उम्मीद है कि अगले 4-5 साल में हमारा पूरा बॉर्डर ऐसा होगा जिसके ऊपर बंद बना हुआ होगा, और उसके पीछे आराम से आप अपने खेतों में काम कर पाएंगे। अगर कोई फायरिंग वगैरह होती भी है तो किसान जो खेत में काम कर रहे हैं उनके ऊपर सीधा असर उसका नहीं पड़ेगा, और अपना छुपाव या आड़ लेने का मौका आराम से मिलेगा। और आपके खेतों के आसपास भी कुछ ऐसे हम सोच रहे हैं कि कुछ ऐसे बंकर बनाए जाएं कि अगर दिन में कुछ गड़बड़ हो तो इंसान उसके अंदर जो है शेल्टर ले ले, और रात को हम पीछे उसमें ड्यूटी कर लें। तो दोनों का मिला जुला काम ऐसा हो सकता है। कुछ आपके पॉइंट्स बताए गए थे जो माइक से, तो मैं आपको ये यकीन दिलाना चाहता हूँ कि हमारा जो काम है वो आप लोगों के लिए ही है, और आप लोगों की सुरक्षा के लिए ही है, और आपकी सुविधा के लिए ही है। कुछ नियम कायदे कानून होते हैं जो हमें ऑब्जर्व करने पड़ते हैं, क्योंकि बीएसएफ सिर्फ यहीं डिप्लॉयड नहीं है। बीएसएफ पंजाब में भी है, राजस्थान में भी है, गुजरात में भी है, बंगाल में भी है, असम में है, मेघालय में भी है, त्रिपुरा में भी है, मिजोरम में भी है। सब बॉर्डर पे है, और सब बॉर्डर पे फेंस लगी हुई है, और फेंस के आगे जाने का और पीछे आने का एक तरीका होता है। उसके लिए कुछ नियम बने हुए हैं, उसका पालन हमें भी करना होता है, वो आपको भी करना होता है, क्योंकि बिना नियम कायदे कानून के तो कोई काम हमारा चलता नहीं है। दूसरा ये है कि मैं चाहूँगा कि आप सभी लोग आगे जो ज़मीन है फेंस के उसमें खेती करें। बीएसएफ आपको पूरा सहयोग देगी, और लेकिन कुछ नियम कायदे कानून होते हैं फेंस के आगे जाने के पीछे आने के, उसका पालन सबको करने की ज़रूरत है। वो पंजाब में भी हो रहा है, राजस्थान में भी हो रहा है, गुजरात में भी हो रहा है, सब जगह हो रहा है। वो एक ही नियम है सबके लिए, किसी के लिए कोई अलग नियम नहीं है। तो उसके लिए यहाँ पर, क्योंकि जो आगे खेती है फेंस के उसमें ज़्यादा इरिगेशन नहीं होता है, मतलब सिंचाई का काम ज़्यादा नहीं होता, तो इसलिए बहुत ज़्यादा आपको आने जाने की भी ज़रूरत नहीं है। फसल की बिजाई के समय आप जाएंगे, थोड़ी बहुत देखभाल के लिए जाएंगे, और फिर कटाई के लिए जाएंगे, तो उसके लिए आपको पूरी सुविधा दी जाएगी। बीएसएफ आपकी सुरक्षा भी करेगी।
A very popular cafe in Bengaluru, Rameshwaram Cafe in Bengaluru, saw what I believe looks like a very, very worrying attack this morning. It was an improvised explosive device. Looks like a terrorist attack. In any case, you know, anybody who uses terror.
It's 8:30 viewers, and here are the headlines. Former Prime Minister Carl Bildt said Sweden joining the NATO will bolster North Europeans' defense. Thousands attend emotional Navalny funeral in Moscow. Israeli families march to demand release of hostages held by Hamas. Bangladesh fire accident, 44 killed and dozens injured in Dhaka. Iran votes in the first parliamentary election since 22, protest as questions over turnout. Thank you for staying with Republic TV viewers. Here on Morning Express, we're getting you updates from across the globe in the next half an hour, and starting with what's happening with Sweden, who has a country that has in fact broken their entire policy of neutrality after joining the NATO after over 2 decades now. Let's take a look as to what's happening with Sweden to understand the geopolitical development.
Last spring, Swedish and British forces engaged in joint military drills, signaling Sweden's willingness to cooperate closely with NATO. This marked a departure from Sweden's traditional policy of neutrality. Sweden's neutrality dates back to the early 19th century, when it declared its intention to stay out of conflicts raging across Europe.
Sverige lämnar nu 200 år av neutralitet och alliansfrihet bakom oss. Det är ett stort steg. Det ska vi ta på allvar. Men det är också ett mycket naturligt steg som vi tar.
For over 2 centuries, Sweden remained neutral, avoiding entanglements in wars and military alliances. In recent years, Sweden has shifted its stance, investing more in its military and building closer ties with NATO.
The Second World War was a near-death experience for Sweden. When the war started, of the 4 Nordic countries that existed then, all wanted to be neutral. But 3 were attacked nonetheless. Just Sweden was able to preserve peace. Many Swedes, of course, thought this was because of neutrality, but in reality it was because we were flexible in our application of neutrality. Early in the war, making concessions to the Germans, and later in the war, making concessions to the Allies.
The decision to join the alliance reflects growing concerns over regional security threats, particularly from Russia. Russia has responded cautiously to Sweden's NATO membership.
Швеция в НАТО и отказ Стокгольма от собственной истории военного неприсоединения, а напомню, этой истории 200 лет, и это был важный фактор поддержания стабильности на Балтике и в целом в североевропейском регионе. Так вот, все это неизбежно способствует превращению данной части Европы из зоны стабильности.
There are concerns in Moscow about the implications of Sweden's decision for regional stability. Agency report, Republic TV.
Shifting our focus now as to viewers what's happening in Russia after Alexei Navalny's death, how hundreds in fact had come out on the streets to protest there in Moscow and had raised also a lot of questions over the suspicious conditions under which Navalny lost his life as well. Here's a complete report to understand all that's happening in Russia with respect to Alexei Navalny's death.
In Moscow, thousands of mourners gathered to bid farewell to Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, who died 2 weeks ago in an Arctic penal colony.
So obvious that the continued importance of Mr. Alexei Navalny as a brave modern politician and his anti-corruption work also after his death continue to be underlined by the sheer panic and fear of the Russian state authorities surrounding his funeral, for example, the obstructions they are posing, the obstacles they are putting up, the heavy police presence, not only around the Borisov cemetery, but also around the underground stations and in wider area.
Under tight security, Navalny's coffin was taken inside the church as a crowd outside chanted his name. Meanwhile, in Berlin, mourners gathered outside the Russian embassy to pay their respects to Navalny. The European Commission condemned Russia's actions, accusing them of trying to cover up Navalny's death.
This proves to the whole world that the Kremlin's regime disregard for human life goes actually way beyond the life of a person. And it also proves that the Kremlin's regime is determined to continue to cover up the assassination, the killing of Mr. Navalny, under the oversight of the regime.
Agency report, Republic TV.
Now, viewers, relatives of the hostages who had in fact protested outside of the US embassy in Tel Aviv, in fact, had been urging the President Biden to secure the release of their loved ones. Meanwhile, we had also seen how hundreds of protests, in fact, had broken out on the streets of Tel Aviv, demanding justice, and these were in fact also demanding the release of the hostages as well. Let's take a look at this report to understand further as to what's happening in Tel Aviv.
As the Israel-Hamas war nears the 150-day mark, the plea of the relatives of hostages held by Hamas becomes stronger. Relatives of hostages outside the US embassy in Tel Aviv chanted slogans asking President Biden to intervene. They held banners and signs pleading for the safe return of their loved ones.
We stand here today because we understand that the hour is critical. The time is running out. As the Ramadan begins, we negotiate as the Ramadan begins with negotiation on the table, we appeal to, in fact, beg President Biden and his team, do not give up on our loved ones. Bring your influence and needless to the parties involved, and help us to bring the hostages home immediately and restore security for us, the nation.
Simultaneously, in Beth Shemesh, families of hostages continued their 4-day march towards Jerusalem.
We need them home with us. This is hell on earth, the way that they are treated and the way that they were treated, and they are treated every day now. Every day we are afraid that from the 147, eventually all of them will find as corpses instead of live people.
Negotiators from the United States, Egypt, and Qatar have been working on a framework deal to secure the release of hostages held by Hamas. However, progress has been slow, with President Biden indicating that a deal may not be reached by Monday. Agency report, Republic TV.
Moving on to some news and brief from across the globe. Israeli Defense Minister met with the military officers in Gaza Strip and praised them for the fight against Hamas terrorists. He added that the preparations are underway to increase the operations in the central Gaza Strip and Rafah. Hundreds of Palestinians gathered on the Gaza City streets waiting for the arrival of the further aid trucks as food shortages in the territory grow more desperate. This comes days after the UN stated that a quarter of Gaza's 2.3 million Palestinians face starvation. Israeli Army Police spokesperson Daniel, in fact, had claimed that the large crowds of Palestinians are racing to pull food off the aid convoys and causing stampede has led to a large number of civilian casualties. This comes more than 100 people were killed while trying to access food and water supplies from the aid trucks. Progressive Democratic lawmakers in the U.S. House warned of a catastrophe if Israel continued attacks in Rafah, where more than half of Gaza's population of 2.3 million have taken refuge. The leader also urged for permanent ceasefire in the war. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that it was too early to say if Israel will agree for a ceasefire and hostage exchange deal with Hamas. Netanyahu asserted that while his government was making big attempts to succeed, he would not be bending to the Hamas's demands. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has expressed shock and grief at the latest deaths in Gaza. This comes after more than 100 people were killed while trying to race towards the aid trucks, which raised the overall toll since the start of the conflict to 30,000. Israeli strikes over central Gaza killed at least 20 people, including 5 women and 2 children. Dozens of men attended a funeral procession outside of the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital. Rafah Hospital has been dealing with 50 deliveries and 25 C-sections every day. Al-Oda Hospital is being aided by the UN agencies. The hospital is also facing a shortage of doctors and equipment. Shelter homes in Gaza are flooding due to the continuous Israeli airstrikes in the region. Most homes have been destroyed due to the conflict as well. A battalion of Ukrainian volunteer medics evacuated wounded soldiers from the front line amid the fierce battles in the eastern region. The volunteers, known as the Hospitalers, recovered injured servicemen using their modified bus where they were treated on the move. Now, viewers, shifting our focus to what's happening in Dhaka of Bangladesh, where in fact a mall had been set on fire. There was a fire that broke out in that two-story building, and there was an investigation to understand the cause of the fire as well, where the fire tenders in fact had reached the spot and had also tried to help the civilians who had been stuck there. Let's take a look at this report to understand further as to what's happening in Dhaka.
Tragedy struck at the heart of Dhaka as a devastating fire erupted in a 6-story shopping mall, killing at least 46 people and injuring several others.
ইতিমধ্যে আমাদের কাছে মৃতের রিপোর্ট হচ্ছে 46টি মৃতের ভেতর 41 জনকে তাদের পরিবারের সদস্যরা শনাক্ত করতে সম্ভব হয়েছে এবং এই 41 জনের ভেতরে আমরা 38 জনকে তাদের পরিবারের কাছে লাশ হস্তান্তর করা হয়েছে।
Fire service and law enforcement personnel bravely worked together at the scene, battling fierce flames and chaos to rescue survivors trapped within the inferno. Survivors recount harrowing tales of escaping the blaze.
জানতে পারছি তখন দুই তলায় আগুন ছিল, আমরা ছাদে চলে গেছিলাম। ছাদে আমরা 30 জনের মতো ছিলাম। আগুন নিভানোর পরে ফায়ারের যে লোকজন ছিল, ফায়ার সার্ভিসের পুরো এক সাইড ভেঙে
The fire is believed to have originated in a popular restaurant on the mall's first floor.
ব্রিগেডের কর্মকর্তা এবং তাদের উদ্ধার কর্মীরা কাজ করেছে, আইন শৃঙ্খলা রক্ষাকারী বাহিনী সকলেই এখানে কাজ করেছে এবং যেভাবে উদ্ধার হয়েছে আগুন নিয়ন্ত্রণে আসলেও মানুষের কিন্তু ক্ষতি হয়েছে। এখন পর্যন্ত পুরোপুরি জানা যায়নি।
Rescuers worked tirelessly to save lives, pulling 75 individuals to safety, including 42 who were found unconscious amidst the chaos. As the nation mourns the loss of so many lives, questions arise about the cause of the fire. While forensic experts scour the charred remains of the building, authorities seek answers amidst reports of lax monitoring and building code violations.
ভবনটাতে একটা মাত্র সিঁড়ি আছে, তারপরে আরও দেখেন এই ভবনটাতে যেখানে মানুষ আপনার যে স্মোকের শিকার হয়ে মানুষ যে পড়েছিল অচেতন অবস্থায়, সেই জায়গাটাতে কোনো ভেন্টিলেশন নাই। আমরা আসলে একটা তদন্ত কমিটি করেছি, আমরা দেখতে চাই কারো কোনো গাফিলতি আছে কি না,
As Bangladesh grapples with yet another tragedy, dozens of families stay grappled with fear. Agency report, Republic TV.
Slipping into a very short break here now, viewers. On the other side, we get you updates on Bangladesh's fire accident where 44 people have lost their lives and dozens have been injured in Dhaka. And also getting you updates on how Iran votes in the first parliamentary election since 2022. Protests as questions over the turnout loom as well.
One of the biggest fire events in Texas history, with more than 1 million acres of Texas land burned. From the start, I directed my team to do everything possible to help protect the people in the communities threatened by these fires. I'd like to say a few words about the devastating wildfires that are scorching Texas Panhandle and northwest Oklahoma. Yesterday, one of the biggest fire events in Texas history, with more than 1 million acres of Texas land burned. From the start, I directed my team to do everything possible to help protect the people in the communities threatened by these fires. In response to specific requests made from the state, we already have more than 500 federal personnel here working on fire suppression. That includes the deployment of 100 federal firefighters and more on the way, as well as dozens of additional fire engines, air tankers, small planes, helicopters to help fight the flames. And FEMA has already guaranteed that Texas and Oklahoma will be reimbursed for the cost of keeping folks.
Welcome back, viewers. We are now shifting our focus to where a feminist movement in Argentine, in fact, has been taking place against a decision that had been made by the government for barring of all language inclusivity in the public administration documents as well. Let's take a look at this report to understand how the movement is protesting.
In Argentina, a feminist movement has erupted against measures introduced by President Javier Milei. The protests come after Milei banned inclusive language and references to gender perspectives in public administration documents.
Se van a proceder a iniciar las actuaciones para prohibir el lenguaje inclusivo y todo lo referente a la perspectiva de género en toda la administración pública nacional, por supuesto, Ustedes ya conocen los detalles, no se va a poder utilizar la letra E, la arroba, la X y evitar la innecesaria inclusión del femenino en todos los documentos de la administración pública.
The decision has sparked outrage among the Argentine feminist movement.
Es una medida que va en línea con lo que ha declarado el gobierno desde la propia campaña, que ha declarado el movimiento feminista como enemigo de su proyecto anarcocapitalista, que se suma a la negación de la brecha de género, a la negación de la violencia de género, al desfinanciamiento y a la desmantelación de la política de prevención y abordaje de las violencias.
The movement is known for its mass demonstrations and advocacy for women's rights. Before assuming office, President Milei vowed to combat what he termed as the indoctrination of Marxism. He views gender ideology as part of this culture battle. President Milei's administration is swiftly dismantling a pre-existing government structure. He recently closed the Ministry of Women and dissolved the National Institute Against Discrimination, citing budget concerns. These actions have ignited protests across the country.
Reformatear una sociedad, no solamente en términos económicos, sino también en términos culturales. Creo que varias de las cuestiones que estamos viendo, la decisión del día de ayer de prohibir, ¿sí? Porque es prohibir la utilización del lenguaje inclusivo respecto de cualquier órgano estatal, se inscribe en ese mismo.
As civilian tensions escalate in the Latin American nation, the debate over language and inclusivity continues to polarize the nation. Agency Report, Republic TV.
हमारा जो काम है वो आप लोगों के लिए ही है और आप लोगों की सुरक्षा के लिए ही है और आपकी सुविधा के लिए ही है। अगर हमारी फसल नहीं कटेगी तो हम सामने वाले के भी नहीं कटने देंगे। अगर आप सोचते हैं कि आगे लगाएंगे हो सकता है कि हालात ख़राब हों कि फसल फिर काट पाएँ नहीं काट पाएँ, तो उसके लिए हम यकीन दिलाते हैं ऐसी सिचुएशन हम नहीं आने देंगे। अगर हमारी फसल नहीं कटेगी तो हम सामने वाले के भी नहीं कटने देंगे। तो निश्चिंत होकर काम करें। बीएसएफ आपके लिए पूरा सहयोग करने के लिए तैयार है। जहाँ तक आपने बताया बंद बनने के लिए, और उसके लिए जो प्रपोजल है ऑलरेडी गृह मंत्रालय ने उसको अप्रूव कर दिया है। उसके लिए जैसे जैसे फंड्स आते हैं उसी प्रकार से वो आपके बनता जाएगा। तो मेरी उम्मीद है कि अगले 4-5 साल में हमारा पूरा बॉर्डर ऐसा होगा जिसके ऊपर बंद बना हुआ होगा और उसके पीछे आराम से आप अपने खेतों में काम कर पाएंगे। अगर कोई फायरिंग वगैरह होती भी है तो किसान जो खेत में काम कर रहे हैं उनके ऊपर सीधा असर उसका नहीं पड़ेगा और अपना छुपाव या आड़ लेने का मौका आराम से मिलेगा। और आपके खेतों के आसपास भी कुछ ऐसे हम सोच रहे हैं कि कुछ ऐसे बंकर बनाए जाएं कि अगर दिन में कुछ गड़बड़ हो तो इंसान उसके अंदर जो है शेल्टर ले ले और रात को हम पीछे उसमें ड्यूटी कर लें। तो दोनों का मिला जुला काम ऐसा हो सकता है। कुछ आपके पॉइंट्स बताए गए थे जो माइक से, तो मैं आपको ये यकीन दिलाना चाहता हूँ कि हमारा जो काम है वो आप लोगों के लिए ही है और आप लोगों की सुरक्षा के लिए ही है और आपकी सुविधा के लिए ही है। कुछ नियम कायदे कानून होते हैं जो हमें ऑब्जर्व करने पड़ते हैं, क्योंकि बीएसएफ सिर्फ यहीं डिप्लॉयड नहीं है। बीएसएफ पंजाब में भी है, राजस्थान में भी है, गुजरात में भी है, बंगाल में भी है, असम में है, मेघालय में भी है, त्रिपुरा में भी है, मिजोरम में भी है, सब बॉर्डर पे है। और सब बॉर्डर पे फेंस लगी हुई है, और फेंस के आगे जाने का और पीछे आने का एक तरीका होता है, उसके लिए कुछ नियम बने हुए हैं, उसका पालन हमें भी करना होता है, वो आपको भी करना होता है, क्योंकि बिना नियम कायदे कानून के तो कोई काम हमारा चलता नहीं है। दूसरा ये है कि मैं चाहूँगा कि आप सभी लोग आगे जो ज़मीन है फेंस के उसमें खेती करें। बीएसएफ आपको पूरा सहयोग देगी, और लेकिन कुछ नियम कायदे कानून होते हैं फेंस के आगे जाने के पीछे आने के, उसका पालन सबको करने की ज़रूरत है। वो पंजाब में भी हो रहा है, राजस्थान में भी हो रहा है, गुजरात में भी हो रहा है, सब जगह हो रहा है। वो एक ही नियम है सबके लिए, किसी के लिए कोई अलग नियम नहीं है। तो उसके लिए यहाँ पर, क्योंकि जो आगे खेती है फेंस के उसमें ज़्यादा इरिगेशन नहीं होता है, मतलब सिंचाई का काम ज़्यादा नहीं होता, तो इसलिए बहुत ज़्यादा आपको आने जाने की भी ज़रूरत नहीं है। फसल की बिजाई के समय आप जाएंगे, थोड़ी बहुत देखभाल के लिए जाएंगे और फिर कटाई के लिए जाएंगे, तो उसके लिए आपको पूरी सुविधा दी जाएगी। बीएसएफ आपकी सुरक्षा भी करेगी।
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
When it came to my youngest son, Anand's wedding with Radhika, I had two important wishes. Throughout my life,
Thank you for staying with Republic TV viewers. I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live in breaking, and over the next 1 hour we'll be getting you all the breaking updates from the country and the rest of the world. But first up, the headlines at 9 a.m. BJP likely to announce the first list of Lok Sabha candidates. The top sources say focus on star candidates and the weak seats will be kept. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit Krishna, Nagar, Nadia districts of Bengal to inaugurate developmental projects worth rupees 15,000 crore. Congress all set to launch its poll campaign next week. Party manifesto committee meeting scheduled on March 4th. Bengaluru police registers a case under anti-terror law UAPA. This is in connection with the explosion at the Rameshwaram cafe. Bengaluru blast suspect caught on CCTV reportedly wearing a white cap and spectacles that allegedly had a bomb. Politics rages on over Bengaluru cafe blast. BJP hits out at the Congress government, links the pro-Pakistan sloganeering to the explosion. straight away getting you some breaking updates on the Bengaluru blast case. A joint team consisting of the Forensic Science Laboratory, Bomb Disposal Squad and Dog Squad have conducted an investigation at the site of the explosion at the Rameshwaram Cafe in Bengaluru's Whitefield area. Now, this multidisciplinary approach involving specialized units aimed to gather crucial evidence, analyze the scene and ensure that the safety and security of the people in the area is also kept in mind. So these are the updates that we're putting out on your screens as far as the investigation into the Rameshwaram Cafe blast case is also concerned. Just yesterday, we had seen in the afternoon how a blast had taken place in the Rameshwaram Cafe in the Whitefield area of Bengaluru. And since then, we have looked at the kind of teams that have really come to the spot, including that of the Forensic Science Laboratory team, the Bomb Disposal Squad, the Dog Squad as well, who have in fact carried out an investigation at the site of the explosion. Now, apart from that, we have also gathered some more information as to the updates that the authorities have picked up as far as the bomber is also concerned, who was in fact identified in the CCTV footage that had also been retrieved from near the area. The bomber in fact allegedly had also been seen wearing a white cap and spectacles in the CCTV footage as well. For more on this, let me bring in my colleague Prajwal, who's on the ground reporting on this story for us. Prajwal, please speak to us more about the investigation that is going on in this blast case. We are learning how the FSL and the Dog Squad and the Bomb Disposal Squad had carried out an initial investigation. What are some of the updates that you can share with our viewers?
You know, since late last night, there are more sleuths who have been coming in as well, and there are 8 teams which has now been formed under the state government, where the FSL teams have been divided into 2. And we are also seeing early this morning that the NSG also arrived here on the spot, along with the BDDS, which is the bomb detection, as well as the disposal squad as well. And even as we are speaking, we see a unit of the NSG going ahead and conducting their routine operations as well as searches too, because they strongly believe the role of some sort of elements here and some sort of band outfits and group as well. So just go ahead and zoom into it. We can go ahead and see the NSG right there on our screens. You can see them along with the bomb detection and the disposal unit out there. So the NSG squad is present there at the ground as well, meaning to state that the central agencies had been informed by the DG, Mr. Alok Mohan, and it clearly indicated that they will be roped in as well, because once this case has been booked under UAPA and the Explosives Act, the NIA can go ahead, take a suo moto and go on to register this particular case as well. So you can see that all these agencies had come in and they were roped in at the same point of time too. What is very surprising here, Priyanka, is that that this particular object, suspicious bag which was placed there, it has been placed somewhere near a gas pipeline too. The gas pipeline that I'm speaking about is right behind the corpse that you are looking at, where there is a caution warning as well, which shows that there is a high pressure gas line which is going underground and is passing by and asks people not to smoke here. So these are the warnings that has been put. So was this done intentionally, looking that there was also a gas pipeline, because then the extent of the damage would have been such that it would have been intense if any sort of damage would have been affected as well. So all said and done now, we are also looking at the crime scene, which has been sanitized. It has been sanitized completely. They have collected the remnants as well, and we are speaking about 12-volt batteries, nuts and bolts, as well as the remains of this suspicious object which was placed there too. So we are in fact going ahead and moving, we are moving towards the spot as well at this point of time, where you can see that it has been completely, the crime scene has been completely isolated at this point of time, where we are at the front of the cafe, and also the CCTV footage that we saw is from this very same road, where the individual was passing on this particular pavement. He was in fact, what we get to understand, was walking away. He was walking away, and the CCTV footage, I want to clearly go on and show you that there was this particular bus stop, and the CCTV footage that we went ahead and saw was the fact that the pedestrian was walking here. He was in fact walking away from the cafe as well, And this is that particular CCTV footage where, where he was seen. It has been captured. His movements has been captured on these CCTVs over here. And he was walking away from the cafe. And this was the one which was captured on the pedestrian walk as well. So this is the footage which had captured the moments of the bomber minutes after he left the cafe. It is also being understood that this particular suspected bomber had gone ahead and ordered food, and later he passed away. He did pass away from the cafe without having any of the food. So all said and done, this is a clear breakthrough. It seems to be a clear breakthrough for the cops in this particular case. So they're not only checking the CCTV footages at this private cafe, but also across all the other private establishments where his movements have been captured across. Because look at this particular CCTV footage over here. This is the CCTV footage which was accessed by these sleuths at 11:55. We see this bomber, exactly suspected bomber, walking away from the cafe 1 hour before the blast. He's walked away at 11:55 is what we get to understand. The timing is being pieced around anywhere between 11:30 to 11:45. He may have walked away. He would have entered the cafe, and between 11:45 to 11:50, he's taken his food, and at 11:55, without consuming the food, he's exited it. Partial screen grabs from the footage reveals the face of this bomber, where he's seen wearing a cap as well as spectacles too. So all said and done now, looking at how the CCB has gone on and taken breakthroughs now, they're looking at the entire road. They're surveilling this entire ITPL road as well, because just just around 100 meters away, we see two tech parks over here. So these two tech parks they were also in the vicinity, and you see the sort of footfall that is received on a weekday too. So he's chosen a weekday because these companies function at that point of time. So all said and done now, all the evidence is being pieced together. The NSG is there to take a stock of the entire situation. The FSL is still going on to enhance this particular video as well as the screen grabs to go on and confirm the identity of this suspected bomber. Sources also state that one of the persons who has been detained, who was seen along with this person, was questioned by the authorities and the sleuths as well. And more information is being collected as to the role of these groups who are involved in this. Whether there is any, whether there is any organization. If there is an organization, which is this particular organization, is something which is in question at this point of time. Back to you in the studios, Priyanka.
That's right, Prajwal, you're giving us some very important details of that very important story of the blast that has taken place just hours before there at the Rameshwaram Cafe. Of course, we will keep coming back to you, Prajwal. For the moment, thank you for joining us on the program. And cutting across to some more breaking updates that we're putting out on your screens. Another explosive information revealed during the police investigation. In this entire breaking, in fact, the NIA had taken over 4 people into custody belonging to the Ballari ISIS model, which was active in the state. And the NIA officials had in fact conducted raids in this regard, arrested 4 people on 20th of December 2023, and now those associated with the Ballari ISIS model are suspected to be involved in the crime as well. Now, Prajwal, coming back to you, these are some of the updates that you've also shared from your sources, and if you could speak to us a little bit about the suspects who are under the radar of the police officials, to understand how essentially this crime had also been conducted, because we're learning how the NIA had also carried out those raids in several locations.
Priyanka, my sources are now also pointing out to the fact that this might be the lone suspect who was missing, who belonged to the Ballari ISIS module, which was cracked on the 20th of December in Karnataka in 2 places, one in Ballari and the other in Bengaluru. In Bengaluru, under Annapurneshwari Nagar police station limits in itself, they had gone ahead and arrested 2 people. They were working as food delivery agents. There was also a 3rd person who was missing as well, and it was revealed during the time of the investigation that they were radicalized vandalized by a person named as Colonel online as well. And therefore, there were a total of 4 people. 2 of them were taken into custody from Ballari, and one of the accused who was taken into custody and arrested was the PFI secretary of the district, is what we get to understand. The other was a PFI district president too. There was a lone person who was missing at that point of time, and now sources are pointing out to the fact that this might be the lone suspect who has been involved in this crime. Has he tried to go on and mobilize other people and try to radicalize them, and after that going ahead and carrying out this particular act is also to be seen, because it has been exactly
Now viewers, back-to-back breaking updates as far as the Rameshwaram Cafe blast is also concerned. We are now getting an update on how the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in fact will lead a meeting that will take place with the high-level police officials regarding the blast. Remember, we had seen some of the details come out during the course of the investigation in the Rameshwaram Cafe blast that had taken place just yesterday afternoon, when a blast had taken place, post which the investigation is also being conducted by the local authorities, and also how the bomb disposal squad and the dog squad had in fact reached at the spot along with the FSL to understand how essentially this blast had been carried out, who were the conspirators behind this, who in fact placed the explosives in that very busy area there in the Whitefield area of Bengaluru. And now in the latest, we have been getting updates as far as the FSL and the bomb disposal squad and the NIA is also concerned, who was in fact carrying out an investigation into this entire matter. And now we are hearing Prajwal about a high-level meeting that the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah is going to be chairing along with the police officials to get an update on the investigation. Some more details if you could share with our viewers.
Priyanka, now Chief Minister Siddaramaiah had in fact gone on camera and stated that this was a low-intensity blast. It was an IED blast as well, after which the Home Department had also gone ahead and convened an emergency meeting in Bengaluru, where we saw that the Deputy Chief Minister and the Home Minister were immediately rushed in, and they were briefed in by the Commissioner of Police for the Bengaluru city, Mr. Dayanand, as well as the DG of Karnataka, Alok Mohan too. After which Alok Mohan has also come on record and stated that we have already informed the central agencies, which also includes the IB, the NSG, as well as the National Investigation Agency too. And therefore now we get to understand that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, who was in Mysuru, he stayed at Mysuru last night, and he's come very early this morning, or he's come in the wee hours of this morning, and therefore he's called for this meeting to go on and take updates into the sort of investigation that has been conducted and the leads that they have got through. Because remember that Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivkumar, when he visited the blast site at around 8 in the evening, he was clearly confident, saying that the accused will be taken into custody within the next few hours, meaning to state that the police had strong and credible intel as to who this person was, and therefore they have zeroed in on a suspect who is believed to be an accomplice. It's still not been made official by the cops, but they had detained him. They had also seen into the CDR or the call detailed records as well, and have taken out this credible info. So therefore now the DG of Karnataka and the Bengaluru Police Commissioner will be going ahead and briefing him about what has been the investigation so far based on the report that has been submitted by the CCB. Apart from that, we will also be seeing that the Home Minister as well as the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka will be a part of this meeting. And let us not be surprised that if a special investigation team is also formed, because even in the past we had seen that an SIT was formed into the Mangaluru bomb blast case, into the Shimoga trial blast case too. So on those expected lines, we are also learning from our sources that the government might take up this decision to form a special investigation team to look into this bomb blast at a private cafe in the city.
Well, absolutely, Prajwal, stay on with us as we are breaking some more details for our viewers to understand how essentially the investigation into this entire blast is taking place. And those are the details now, viewers, that we're putting out on your screens. exclusive updates that we are putting out on your screens as far as the investigation into the Rameshwaram Cafe bomb blast probe is also concerned. We have in fact accessed exclusive footage of the raw material that had been used in the entire making of the explosives and using of the explosive. Apart from that, we are learning of how the timer, battery, circuit panel and a wire had also been seized by the investigation team that is on the ground. Now, suspect terrorist had planted a bomb in the hotel on the pretext of eating breakfast is the latest that we have learned from our sources. Apart from that, of course, that the material used for making the bomb has been sent for FSL investigation further to understand how and which kind of explosives in fact had been used in these in the blast that had taken place. So Prajwal, some more exclusive information that we're putting out on our screens. In fact, the visuals of the raw material as well that had been seized by the authorities. We do have a grab of the CCTV footage as well, Prajwal, of the alleged suspect in this entire matter. Break this down for our viewers to understand better as to how essentially the timeline of this entire crime had also gone on. When this suspected package had been placed inside of the cafe, how the suspect in fact had carried these explosives inside of that very busy cafe as well. Break down the details for our viewers to understand that.
First and foremost, Priyanka, what is very interesting over here is that we saw these 12-volt batteries as well as nuts and bolts which was taken from the scene of crime. But now we are also getting to understand that there were timers, there were relay circuits and internal wiring as well, which has been taken in from the spot, and there has been exclusive images which has been accessed in connection with this, with this particular case as well. So now we get to understand that there was a timer, meaning to state that whoever the suspected bomber is, he set off a timer for the explosive to go off as well at this private cafe. And not only that, there is also relay circuits too. So we are seeing something on the lines of an improvised explosive device with a timer which has been set off by this particular suspected bomber. And therefore remember that the timeline is very crucial. Timeline is very important because we will just go through the visuals again. I will just tell you how it is at this point of time. Let's take you to the posterior part of the cafe where this bomb blast had taken place. But what happened before it is also something that needs to be seen at this point of time. We are seeing these rows of trees over here. This is from where the bomber had entered, which is the posterior part of the cafe. He's collected his food coupon and then later gone to the food counter, taken the food, but he's not had it. So this has happened between 11:30 to 11:45. He's placed a bag and he had a sling bag, but out of that sling bag he's also taken a small bag as well and he's placed it on the counter. He's exited the cafe at around 11:53 and he's walked straight through this road. He's walked through this particular road where the footage was captured as well. And at exactly 11:55, we get to understand at 11:55 he's seen exiting. He's walked away from the place, and exactly an hour after which the blast has also been reported. On this note, we will also quickly be slipping into a short break as more news and updates continue on the other side with connection with the Bengaluru bomb blast case.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to proudly share with you that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has agreed to be the chief guest to deliver the chief keynote address at the annual summit of the Republic Media Network, which is scheduled for the 7th of March. The Prime Minister's presence is the highlight of this year's event, as always, which is on the theme, Bharat, the next decade. We are truly grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also extremely happy to share with you that the Honorable Home Minister of India, Shri Amit Shah, and the Honorable Finance Minister of India, Nirmala Sitharaman, will also be keynote speakers at the Republic Media Network's annual summit on the 7th of March. Over the next few days, I will be sharing with you the names of some of our other speakers and how you can be a part of the event as well. The Republic Media Network's annual summit, our marquee event, is on the 7th of March, and our chief guest is the Prime Minister of India.
This is Republic Diva Bupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking news updates, and I am Nikita Sahai.
Of the details that we have got regarding the list of the BJP candidates to be announced anytime now, I'm not going into individual names, but this is what I'm hearing. One, that there could be over 20 new faces in the first list itself. That's huge. Secondly, that over a dozen ministers, many of whom are presently in the Rajya Sabha or have been in the Rajya Sabha, will be asked to fight the Lok Sabha elections for the first time. And thirdly, that overall more than 40 to 50 sitting MPs will be replaced by the BJP. This means that in 2024, in these Lok Sabha elections, the BJP is going in for a shuffle ahead of the elections. This is in line with the periodic shuffle that the BJP has started to do in states as well. Unlike the Congress, the BJP shuffles its decks, shuffles its candidates, and shuffles those given government and political responsibility every few years. The BJP also brings in, periodically and with great thought, people with domain experience, even if they don't have a hardcore political experience or they haven't been politicians from their 20s, and they bring them in after they've achieved in other aspects of public life, and they bring them into critical positions to strengthen the governance capacity of the government. Besides, this also ensures a great deal of freshness insofar as both the party and the government are concerned at the decision-making levels. Now, I'm asking you viewers tonight, is this not something to be appreciated? I know that there is a complete asymmetry which is not good for Indian politics. I know that there is an imbalance in Indian politics today, and I keep talking about it every day, but then it is neither Prime Minister Narendra Modi nor Amit Shah nor JP Nadda's job to invent and co-create an opposition. What is to be noted is something else. That despite this obvious asymmetry, despite the predominant position the BJP is in, the BJP is going into this election without assuming that it is going to roll over the opposition. That, in simple terms, is called a fighting spirit. What is a fighting spirit? In politics and in life, when you give it your all, knowing that you have a complete edge, when you give it all your all, when you enter the ring, knowing that there are no odds against you, but you still fight for every inch, that is called fighting spirit. And the BJP today has a fighting spirit where the opposition has none. When people tell you it's about organizational strength, it is about money, it's not only that. It is the fighting spirit that the BJP has.
Bullet trains would become the face of new developing India. It would change the way Indians travel, reducing the travel time significantly. Before coming to power, Bharatiya Janata Party had promised a diamond quadrilateral project that would connect Delhi, Kolkata, Chennai and Mumbai via high-speed rail network. The project was approved expeditiously by the centre and endorsed by former President Pranab Mukherjee as well. This dream would turn into reality soon, with the first section of the network opening in 2026. The country's first bullet train would run between Mumbai and Ahmedabad, whose work is at its peak. The bullet train, which runs at a speed of 320 to 400 kilometers per hour, will take passengers to their destination in the blink of an eye.
प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जिस तरह से देश को एक आत्मविश्वास दिया है, जिस तरह से नए काम को, चैलेंजिंग काम को लेकर उसे सक्सेसफुल
Well, welcome back. We are getting you all the latest updates from the Rameshwaram Cafe bomb blast probe. Now, the latest that has come in is that Republic Canada has got exclusive photo of raw material used for bomb. Timer, battery, circuit, panel and wire were seized by investigation team. Now, suspect terrorists planted a bomb in the hotel on the pretext of eating breakfast. The material used for making bomb has been sent to the FSL for further investigation. As you can see on your screen, these are exclusive images that Republic Canada has gathered these photographs. This is the circuit, panel, battery, timer and wire that has been seized by the investigation team. You can see the visuals on your screen, viewers. This is a Republic exclusive. Republic Canada has got exclusive photo of raw material used for the bomb. My colleague Prajwal is joining us from Bengaluru. Prajwal, yet again we come back to you. Of course, Republic Kannada has received exclusive photographs of raw material used for the bomb. Of course, these are timer, battery, circuit, panel and wire that were used. What more information do you have? Have you gathered any more material?
Ginny, now what is very important over here is the nature of the materials that I want to put into perspective for the viewers as well, because we're speaking about 12-volt batteries, an internal relay circuit, as well as timers which has been seized from the spot as well, because this goes ahead and points out to the fact that there are similarities as well. Why we say similarities is there is a, there is a connection with the Shimoga trial blast case as well as the Bengaluru blast case. Maybe not the module, but at least in this particular case, we see the mode of this explosive device which has been built in the same, it has been assembled in the same format too, because the timers which has been seen, the relay circuits as well as these 12-volt batteries, the same was also seen in the Bengaluru cooker blast case, where the prime accused Sharik had placed this IED, the improvised explosive device, inside a pressure cooker. But this time around we are getting to understand that this particular explosive device, the IED, was placed in some sort of a metal container which might be a tiffin box, is what the police are going ahead and suspecting at this point of time. So this goes ahead and shows whether there was, there is more than that meets the eye as well. And also now the role of Colonel, the most wanted man right now, at least in South India, because there was also a red corner notice which was issued as well against him, and Abdul Mateen Taha, who has gone missing since 2017. He is said to be the main handler who has been radicalizing youths in the state of Karnataka, in the Karwar region, Malnad region, as well as in the Dakshina Kannada region as well. So there are similarities over here, and their role is again in question at this point of time. Two most wanted men, Colonel and Abdul Mateen Taha, or is it the same person who has an alias, is also something that will be looked into, and we should not be surprised if the NIA now steps in, because there is concrete evidence that this is an improvised explosive device as well, with the timers and the internal relay circuits along with the batteries, nuts and bolts, basically and essentially being used as shrapnel if there is a blast to go ahead and injure the people in the vicinity. Not only that, it is also being understood that this has been well planned. He's gone ahead and conducted a recce of this particular cafe too, and after conducting a recce, he's chosen a weekday, because that is when the flow of people, that is when there will be many people coming in, because I was pointing out yesterday as well that there are financial institutions here, there are tech parks and gated communities right in the vicinity of 500 meters to 1 kilometer around the cafe, and there was an ulterior motive too. So all said and done, these exclusive images being brought in by our sister network Republic Kannada, where they have clearly gone ahead and shown the sort of seizures which has been made by the FSL, and right now they're delving more into it at the FSL lab in Madiwala, Guinea. And not only that, we have also gone ahead and accessed the FIR copy in this particular case. The sections are very clear here. They have been booked under the UAPA and also under the Explosives Act as well. And not only that, there are also additional sections which has been...
Right, another breaking information coming in this regard. In the Bengaluru cafe blast, an accessed FIR copy reveals charges filed under the Unlawful Activities Act. The complaint suggests that the attack was pre-planned. Now, in the Bengaluru cafe blast, accessed FIR copy reveals that the charges filed are under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, which is the UAPA. The complaint suggests that the attack was pre-planned. And let's remind you viewers that there's a high-level meet which is scheduled to take place at 1 p.m. in which eminent leaders are going to take part, including the Home Minister will be the part of the meeting. Republic Kannada has got exclusive photographs of timer, battery, circuit and wire that have been seized. Prajwal, coming back to you, of course, you were just mentioning that we've accessed an FIR copy that reveals that charges are filed under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. Now, you also mentioned watching the CCTV footage that the attack seemed to be pre-planned. Even the complaint suggests that the attack was pre-planned.
Absolutely, Guinea. Let's go through the sections as well, which has been now, the FIR has been registered at the HAL police station too. Initially, yesterday, they had lodged complaints under the section of UAPA as well as the Explosives Act as well. But now additional sections have been added. Section 307, which is attempt to murder. Section 120B, which is criminal conspiracy. And not only that, we're also seeing that section 304 and section 15, the under sections of UAPA under section 15 and 16 as well, meaning to say that we will not be surprised if the National Investigation Agency comes in and steps in as well, because now criminal conspiracy and attempt to murder has also been added along with the UAPA and the Explosives Act as well. This complaint has been filed by Rajesh KV, who is the manager and the accountant of the Rameshwaram Cafe, and we are also getting details of the injured as well. Farooq Hussain is one of the injured along with Sparnamba as well, and apart from that, the details of the incident as explained by the manager is as follows. This particular cafe, starts at 6 in the morning and goes on till 4 after taking a break, and later it closes down by 10, it closes by 10 o'clock. And in this complaint, he said that as a manager, he will have to look into the overall being in the cafe as well. And at this point of time, it's been mentioned, the timeline has been mentioned in the FIR. It's been stated that a suspicious person might have come in at 11:30. A suspicious person might have come in at 11:30, and this person may have been standing, this particular person may have been there, and that is what is mentioned. And at between 11:45 to 12 he's exited, and the blast has taken place between 12:50 to 1. The police also now going ahead and registering there in its FIR that the blast has taken place between 12:50 to 1 in the afternoon. So that has been mentioned. This is basically the rough timeline of what has been given as a first witness account, as a first narrative account from Rajesh, who is also the manager at this particular cafe as well. So all said and done, additional sections being filed, criminal conspiracy, attempt to murder too, and also the names of those victims have also been mentioned. So all said and done, now we will have to look in whether the central agencies will lodge a suo motu case and will be coming in, or whether the state government will want to hand over the case, because somewhere the state government is quite confident that they will be cracking this case, and the central crime branch has already been roped in. But will the NIA be stepping in? We have seen a lot of hectic activity since morning with the NSG coming in. Yesterday we saw the ATC as well as the NIA sleuths also, who were present here as well and spoke to the FSL team too. But this is only getting, this is only getting more complex, more intense as well, because there has been a partial reveal of this suspected bomber as well, and therefore now they are analyzing all the CCTV footages. It is also being processed. The screen grabs is mainly being looked into at this point of time. So all said and done, this is a huge breakthrough with with internal relay circuits as well as timers, which has been seized from the site of the explosion. Back to you in the studios, Guinea.
Right. Thank you, Prajwal, for all those details. Of course, we'll keep coming back to you as and when we get more and more updates on that. Now, moving on to news and wrap from across the country. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is slated to visit Krishna, Nagar, Nadia districts on his second day in West Bengal and will inaugurate development projects worth rupees 15,000 crore. Prime Minister Modi, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee had a meeting on Friday evening and discussed state's pending dues with the Prime Minister. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi and Karnataka Governor met the victims of the explosion at the Rameshwaram Cafe in Bengaluru. Prahlad Joshi lashed out at the Siddaramaiah government, saying fundamentalists are getting support from Congress.
हम स्ट्रांगली इसको कंडेम करते हैं. इसको एनआई इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना चाहिए. स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इसको रेकमेंड करना चाहिए. इसके साथ ही साथ तो अभी जो पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद वाला उसमें भी प्रूव हो रहा है. तो ये सब देखते हुए कांग्रेस अपीजमेंट पॉलिटिक्स के कारण ही हुआ है. इन लोगों को एक तरफ से एनकरेजमेंट कांग्रेस पार्टी से मिल रहा है, सपोर्ट मिल रहा है, संरक्षण मिल रहा है. इसके कारण ये सब चीज हो रहा है.
Union Minister Nitin Gadkari has sent legal notices to Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and General Secretary Jairam Ramesh. The Congress leaders received notices for sharing alleged defamatory content about Nitin Gadkari on the party's official X account. Following cross-voting by 6 Congress MLAs in Himachal Pradesh Rajya Sabha polls, Party MP Digvijay Singh said action would be taken against the rebels at the right time. On World Trade Organization's 13th Ministerial Conference, Union Minister Piyush Goyal hailed India's participation and said India successfully delivered on the issues and achieved the outcomes that were expected. The Union Minister added that no decisions were taken to harm any farmer or fisherman.
मैं समझता हूं कि भारत ने सफलतापूर्वक जो विषयों के ऊपर हमारी भूमिका थी उसको रखा है और जो हमारी उम्मीद थी जिन आउटकम्स के लिए उसको पाया है.
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is slated to visit Punjab for 2 days and will be participating in a program in Jalandhar. According to sources, Chief Minister Kejriwal, along with Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, can make some major announcements ahead of the Lok Sabha polls. Reva University reached a historic milestone with the official inauguration of the Reva Center of Excellence for Geopolitics and International Studies. Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri inaugurated the event and he confidently predicted India's imminent rise as the world's third largest economy, asserting its centrality in geopolitics and expressing optimism about the nation's future.
This is a unique university and whatever we promise here we are delivering. At the same time, my children who are passing out should be job providers. I always speak and they should know the world, what is happening also. In this direction, today we have inaugurated Geopolitics and International Studies Center in Reva University. This is a first step, I can say. Like this, there will be these programs will happen here, international studies will happen here, and today this is first dialogue, that is India and Russia track 2 dialogues we started. It was a very good, very informative and discussions happened.
I'm very happy that our Russian friends have, because I can tell you, an India-Russia friendship, a strengthening of the pathways to peace, to progress, to prosperity. These pathways will become easier for both our countries to march through at greater speed and greater comfort the closer we are together. I thank you, Chancellor, for your brilliant initiative. I thank you, Fyodor, for the amazing way in which you have responded. And I really would like to say that I'm grateful to our friends in the media.
Holy relics of Lord Buddha and his disciple Sariputta and Mahamoggallana arrived in Thailand from India on the occasion of marking the 72nd birth year of King Rama X. The holy artifacts are drawing nearly 1 lakh devotees daily, including visitors from neighboring countries. Their Majesties, the King and the Queen of Thailand are also paying their respect with a surge of devotees expected this weekend before the relics move to Chiang Mai. Here's a report.
Thailand welcomed the revered relics of Lord Buddha and his disciples, Arahant Sariputta and Arahant Mahamoggallana, that have been sent to Thailand from India. Currently enshrined at the Sanam Luang Royal Palace grounds in Bangkok, nearly 1 lakh devotees from near and far converge daily to pay homage at the specially constructed mandap. Their Majesties the King and Queen of Thailand also offered their prayers to the sacred relics. On the 4th of March, the relics are set to be moved to Chiang Mai, where they will continue to be venerated until the 8th of March. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Time to slip into a very short break. On the other side, Congress all set to launch its poll campaign next week. Party Manifesto Committee meeting scheduled on March 4th. Bengaluru police registers case under anti-terror UAPA law. This in connection with the explosion at Rameshwaram Cafe. This and much more after a very short break. Stay tuned.
One of the biggest fire events in Texas history, with more than 1 million acres of Texas land burned. From the start, I directed my team to do everything possible to help protect the people in the communities threatened by these fires. I'd like to say a few words about the devastating wildfires that are scorching Texas Panhandle and northwest Oklahoma. Yesterday, one of the biggest fire events in Texas history, with more than 1 million acres of Texas land burned. From the start, I directed my team to do everything possible to help protect the people in the communities threatened by these fires. In response to specific requests made from the state, we already have more than 500 federal personnel here working on fire suppression. That includes the deployment of 100 federal firefighters and more on the way, as well as dozens of additional fire engines, air tankers, small planes, helicopters to help fight the flames. And FEMA has already guaranteed that Texas and Oklahoma will be reimbursed for the cost of keeping folks safe. And we're grateful for the brave first responders risking their lives to save others. And we urge folks to listen to the warnings from the local officials, listen to them.
Welcome back. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on a two-day visit to West Bengal. The Prime Minister will launch projects worth rupees 15,000 crores today in the Nagar district. The Prime Minister took on the TMC over Sandeshkhali. Besides taking on the ruling government in Bengal over crime and corruption yesterday. Prime Minister Modi also interacted with Chief Minister Mamata at an official function at the Raj Bhavan on day one. Take a look at this detailed report.
Prime Minister Modi is all set to visit the Nadia district today. He will address a public meeting and inaugurate projects in Krishna Nagar worth rupees 15,000 crore. A day after Prime Minister's fiery attack on Mamata's government in West Bengal's Armgarh.
बंगाल की स्थिति भी आज पूरा देश देख रहा है। मां, माटी, मानुष, ये इसके ढोल पिटने वाली। टीएमसी ने संदेशखाली की बहनों के साथ जो किया है वो देखकर पूरा देश दुखी है, आक्रोशित है। साथियों, इंडी गठबंधन के लिए भ्रष्टाचारियों, परिवारवादियों और तुष्टीकरण वालों का साथ देना ही एक ही काम बचा है, यही सबसे बड़ा काम है।
Overall, he is set to lay foundation stone and inaugurate various development projects worth rupees 22,000 crore in the state. The PM will return to the state on March 6 to address a rally at Barasat in North 24 Parganas. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Time to slip in a very short break. Coming up, Congress all set to launch its poll campaign next week. Party manifesto committee meeting scheduled on March 4th. Bengaluru police registers case under anti-terror law UAPA. This in connection with the explosion at Rameshwaram Cafe.
A very popular cafe in Bengaluru, Rameshwaram Cafe in Bengaluru, saw what I believe looks like a very, very worrying attack this morning. It was an improvised explosive device. Looks like a terrorist attack. In any case, anybody who uses terror is a terrorist. So to try and qualify it that it is not a terrorist attack, to try and say that there's some element of personal rivalry, anybody can qualify anything and then say, okay, the person who carried out the attack is not a member of a proscribed terrorist organization and hence this is not a terrorist attack. Those are qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen. The fact of the matter is, this is the CCTV of that attack. There are 9 such videos that Republic Kannada has. This is not a gas cylinder blast. There were nuts and bolts and batteries. And it is strongly emerging now that this blast, in which 10 people were injured, at the Rameshwaram Cafe in Bengaluru, was an IED blast. Viewers, now the NIA will do its investigation. But what I find astonishing is the trepidation and the utter refusal almost by the Congress government to call this a terrorist attack or even a terror attack. They want to avoid using the word. Why? Was the person who carried out this attack not trying to terrorize the people, not trying to kill people? Ladies and gentlemen, after Republic Kannada broke the scale of the evidence on the ground, the fact that there was a suspect who brought a bag to the cafe right before the explosion, despite all of it, the Congress government instead tried to spin some sort of personal rivalry angle. The Deputy Chief Minister qualified that he was gathering the details, but threw in the possibility that there's a business rivalry here. Viewers, just look at the visuals of this. Frame by frame, this cafe has been ripped through. Does this look like a bad fight between individuals, or does it have a deep imprint of a nefarious plot? The time of the attack, as per the CCTV, was right at the peak of the lunch hour. The location at a hub of IT professionals. The chosen weekday. Whoever has carried out this attack has looked at all these 3 factors and tried to ensure maximum damage and panic and terror. So beyond the playing down of this terrorist attack, my grouse equally is that it comes right after the Pakistan Zindabad slogans allegedly by the Congress supporters and the playing down of even that by the party. Whatever the investigation may be, you don't need to play down an act of terror. And a day after the Congress government of branding Pakistan as a neighbor and not an enemy, my only question is, this soft velvet glove free pass approach is not good. And I genuinely believe that any such attack without qualifiers is aimed at terrorizing the people. So trying to dwarf the incident is extremely wrong. That's my view.
हमारा जो काम है वो आप लोगों के लिए ही है और आप लोगों की सुरक्षा के लिए ही है और आपकी सुविधा के लिए ही है। अगर हमारी फसल नहीं कटेगी तो हम सामने वाले के भी नहीं कटने देंगे। अगर आप सोचते हैं कि आगे लगाएंगे हो सकता है कि हालात ख़राब हों कि फसल फिर काट पाएँ नहीं काट पाएँ, तो उसके लिए हम यकीन दिलाते हैं ऐसी सिचुएशन हम नहीं आने देंगे। अगर हमारी फसल नहीं कटेगी तो हम सामने वाले के भी नहीं कटने देंगे। तो निश्चिंत होकर काम करें। बीएसएफ आपके लिए पूरा सहयोग करने के लिए तैयार है। जहाँ तक आपने बताया बंद बनने के लिए, और उसके लिए जो प्रपोजल है ऑलरेडी गृह मंत्रालय ने उसको अप्रूव कर दिया है। उसके लिए जैसे जैसे फंड्स आते हैं उसी प्रकार से वो आपके बनता जाएगा। तो मेरी उम्मीद है कि अगले 4-5 साल में हमारा पूरा बॉर्डर ऐसा होगा जिसके ऊपर बंद बना हुआ।
I am very, very happy to announce that Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as Republic TV's studio partner. Niva Bupa Health Insurance is the fastest growing company among standalone health insurance players in India. It has also provided health insurance coverage to 1.1 crore people in India and settled over 15 lakh claims, processing one claim every 60 seconds. So we are delighted to be partnering with them.
Thank you for staying with Republic TV viewers. I'm Priyanka Sharma. We are live and breaking and straight away getting you all the updates of all that is happening in the Rameshwaram cafe blast in Bengaluru, where in fact just yesterday afternoon there was a blast that had taken place, and now the investigation is also being conducted by the authorities into this entire matter. And the latest that we're learning is that the 1 p.m. meeting that was all set to take place between the Chief Minister and the high-level police officials. Now, prior to that crucial 1 p.m. meeting, we are learning that the Karnataka Minister B. Nagendran, in fact, had held discussions with the Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar. And this has happened in the run-up to the 1 p.m. crucial meeting, where in fact the Chief Minister was also to be briefed about the investigation that is being conducted by the authorities into the Rameshwaram cafe blast case that had taken place in the Whitefield area of Bengaluru. And now in the crucial meeting that was all set to take place, prior to that meeting, we are learning that the Karnataka Minister B. Nagendran, in fact, is going to be holding discussions with the Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar. Remember, we had seen a team of the FSL that had reached the spot. They had collected the samples, and the bomb disposal squad along with the dog squad had also been at the spot where the blast had taken place. Subsequently, we're looking at the investigation details really coming to light, and now, of course, the involvement of the entire government machinery in understanding how the blast took place. Let me also bring in my colleague Prajwal, who's reporting on this story for us. Prajwal, tell us more about this crucial hearing that is all set to take place. At about 1 p.m, we were learning that there will be a meeting with the top level authorities and the investigating agencies, and now we're learning that there will be a meeting between D.K. Shivakumar and other ministers prior to this meeting as well. Please break down the details for our viewers.
Priyanka, earlier I was stating that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah had stayed back last night in Mysuru as well. So therefore, he will be arriving late to Bengaluru city. So before that, the Deputy Chief Minister as well as the Home Minister have convened a meeting too. And not only that, what is very interesting over here is that all the top officials will also be here. And is this a meeting by the Karnataka government to decide whether this particular case will be handed over to the NIA is also something, because this is absolutely on the cards at this point of time. And also moving ahead and looking at it, the sections that we need to go on and look at, because 120B criminal conspiracy, 307 attempt to murder, UAPA it's been booked under, as well as the Explosives Act. Section 324 has also been lodged over here, which is voluntarily causing hurt with weapons too. And there are also many other crucial findings as well, which has been seen now in the FIR copy. You can look at it that the FIR copy is very comprehensive, it's detailed, it has broken the complete timeline of it as well. So I will also just take you through the crucial findings in this FIR. In the FIR, it has also been clearly mentioned that this was a pre-planned conspiracy. So it is clearly proven that there was a conspiracy to go ahead, cause damage, cause hurt, as well as murder too. So this has been pointed out. And not only that, it is also saying that this is an act of terror. So finally, the cops on record in written have stated that this is an act of terror to go ahead and create panic as well as damage too. And this was done with an intention to cause harm. And the suspected bomber, from what the statement has been given, it is not only Rajiv who was the manager of this cafe, but there was also an additional manager by the name of Mr. Hariharan here. Hariharan has observed that this particular individual who was the suspected bomber had entered the cafe at 11:30. He's ordered food and he's taken the food as well. He's collected it from the food counter, but he has left without eating. And at the same point of time, the bomber was also carrying a bag with him. It's been clearly mentioned, according to the narrative of the eyewitness, it's been mentioned that the bomber was carrying a bag with him, and this is the very same bag where he's also stated that there was a suspicious object which he's taken out of the bag, he's placed it on the counter, and he's exited within minutes too from the cafe. And not only that, after the blast on a prima facie, after conducting the investigation as well as looking around in the hotel, it is being understood that there were iron bolts, nuts and washers which was found scattered all over, meaning to state that these are basically being used as splinters to cause more damage and harm to the people as well. So all said and done now, this is an act of terror. The police now in the FIR copy have mentioned that this is an act of terror, which 24 hours ago, which around 12 hours ago, they were not ready to accept that this was an act of terror, but finally it's now come out in the open that this is an act of terror. Karnataka police making that mention in the FIR that this was also a pre-planned and a hatched conspiracy to go ahead and cause damage and murder innocent civilians in Bengaluru city. So all said and done now, more and more details coming in, even as the agencies are stepping in. We are looking that yet again another team of the NSG had already come in. They are still at the spot. They are looking in exactly as to what has happened. Now, Priyanka, one more important thing is that the contents which has been taken in. Initially, it was stated that it was only bolts and washers and 12-volt batteries as well. But now, Republic Kannada had gone on to access these exclusive images for us, where it shows that there was a timer, there was an internal relay circuit, as well as the wires that was used as well. So this draws similarities between two other such incidents which had happened in 2023 in the state of Karnataka as well as in 2022. First and foremost, the Shimoga trial blast in the month of September, and in the month of November, it was, both of these incidents had happened in 2022, one in September and one in November as well, the Bengaluru cooker blast. And the similarities is such that the improvised explosive device in all these blasts were basically being set there, and it was mainly done with a timer as well. And this time the time now we are also getting to understand, Priyanka, we are also getting to understand that CM will be arriving at the blast site this afternoon. I was clearly pointing out that after this crucial meeting, which will be held with the Home Department as well as the Deputy Chief Minister and the top cops of the state and the city, the Chief Minister will be heading to the blast site from Mysuru is something that we are picking up at this point of time. So Chief Minister Siddaramaiah too now taking a stock of this entire situation to go ahead and understand as to what it will be, whether he will be briefed by the officials at the spot to go ahead and get a first-hand perspective of what exactly happened and how the blast took place, or will he first be briefed about this entire situation and later will he be coming into the blast site is still a question. But now it has been confirmed that the Chief Minister will be arriving at the blast site. Not only at the blast site, he will also be going to the 3 private hospitals where the 10 injured have already been admitted, and there's some good news in terms of the victims' injuries as well. They are seemingly recovering. The nature of injuries, which was first deemed critical, is now stated that the majority of them are on the path of recovery. 2 of them are still undergoing some sort of treatment in the intensive care unit, but on the side of the victims as well, there seems to be some good news. So a ray of hope as well, saying that there will be no loss of lives, because whoever the perpetrators were, their main intention was to go ahead and see that the damage was so extensive that the loss of lives would be reported as well, is what was being mentioned on in the FIR as well. Back to you in the studios, Priyanka.
That being said, Prajwal, you've broken down some very important details of the developments as far as the investigation is also concerned. We are looking at least one of the accused that have also been identified, the CCTV grab that has also been taken by the authorities. The manhunt, I believe, is also on for this 28 to 30-year-old accused that has also been identified. But from what you're telling us, Prajwal, it seems as though there was a conspiracy at hand as well. Is that something that the authorities have also confirmed to you? And if so, is there any group as well that the authorities are looking into for their hand in this entire blast?
Priyanka, earlier when we were discussing, mainly first and foremost, when speaking about the conspiracy part, it has been mentioned in the FIR copy in itself. So the FIR, which has been drafted by the police, clearly says that this is an act of terror. This was a pre-planned, this was basically a pre-planned conspiracy, which was hatched as well to go ahead and murder innocent civilians too. So they are speaking about murdering innocent civilians in the FIR copy too. So this is something that we need to understand. And not only that, when it comes to the person in question, all suspects, all fingers now pointing out to the fact that the Ballari ISIS module, the missing person from the Ballari ISIS module who was at large, may be behind this particular attack is something that we are getting to learn from our sources at this point of time. And the similarities, that is, the parallels that is being drawn between the Bengaluru cooker blast case, between the Shimoga trial blast case, and this is something which is very important. And that was what I was mentioning earlier as well, saying that an internal relay circuit, a timer, as well as a 12-volt battery was used in the form, used and assembled in the form of an improvised explosive device as well. And this time, according to their plan, the timer has gone off. It has exploded at 12:55. Priyanka.
All right, stay on with us, Prajwal, as we are putting out some more breaking updates on this entire investigation and the blast that had taken place. Now we're gathering some details as far as our police sources are concerned, who have also confirmed that the suspected bomber ordered food but left without eating at the cafe. Now the suspected bomber was carrying a bag is what we are confirming for our viewers. The suspected bomber had been seen placing the bag at the counter inside of the cafe as well. Now there are nuts and bolts found at the spot of the blast. And the FIR that has also been registered by the police calls it a conspiracy to murder people and calls it a terrorist act by this individual who had been found, who had in fact been spotted at the Rameshwaram cafe when the blast had taken place and has in fact been identified as one of the conspirators for carrying out this blast, which is in fact a conspiracy to murder people, is something that has also been quoted by the police officials in the FIR that has now been registered, and the FIR as well calls it a terrorist act. And we also get you details of how the iron bolts had been found at the site of the blast as well. More on this. For more on this, let me once again bring in Prajwal, my colleague. Prajwal, you know, a lot of details being confirmed by the police as to what they have also mentioned in the FIR as far as the conspiracy goes, as far as very important statements like this was a conspiracy to murder the people around, this was a terrorist act. So any more details, as we were also speaking about, Prajwal, as far as the investigation is concerned? We do know that the FSL and the bomb squad had in fact been at the spot. Any more updates as far as determining the conspirators of this entire blast that had taken place?
You know, Priyanka, now they are going ahead and drawing parallels because of the materials which was seized and which has been sent to the FSL lab in Madiwala. We will also go ahead and focus on these visuals as well. As far as the investigation is concerned, there were parallel teams which was formed consisting of multiple investigation agencies from Bengaluru as well as across Karnataka. We saw the Central Crime Branch as well, who were present at the spot too, and they are the ones who are heading the investigation at this point of time. One thing is very clear, they are going on to piece the timeline as well. What exactly happened starting from 11 that morning till the time the incident has taken place, and after which what was the sort of what is the sort of developments that had taken place. After which we saw the National Investigation Agency and the ATC sleuths also arriving at the spot, and early this morning we saw the NSG who had come into the spot. We are seeing also more officials are coming in now, more officials coming in to the blast site where this explosion had taken place, and after which it was initially learned that there was only a 12-volt battery, and there was only iron bolts, nuts and washers which was seized. But later it has also been proven now that there were also an internal relay circuit and timer device which was found at the blast site, and the police have also in the FIR mentioned that this is an act of terror to go ahead and cause panic and to hurt and murder people as well. So all said and done, these are crucial developments in the investigation during the course of the time too, and it will not be a surprise if the NIA takes over this particular case as well, because they have the power, it's there in their jurisdiction to go ahead and lodge a suo motu case in this regard and take over. Or will it be the Karnataka police who will be going on and heading it, or will the government decide that it is high time that the expertise of the central agencies will have to be brought in as well at this point of time? So all said and done, FIR revealing crucial details. Now the suspect, now there is also a suspect that this might have happened by the lone person who was missing while the arrest was carried out of the Ballari ISIS module in the month of December in 2023. So all of this information being pieced together, it's only a matter of time that we feel that the National Investigation Agency will take over this case, Priyanka.
Of course, Prajwal, we will have to wait and watch as far as those developments go. But of course, you're breaking down some very crucial details of the investigation as well. And these are determining factors to understand how the investigation is also going to go on further. For the moment, thank you, Prajwal, for joining us. We'll keep coming back to you. And moving on to some news in brief, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is slated to visit Krishna, Nagar, Nadia districts on his second day in West Bengal and will inaugurate developmental projects worth Rs 15,000 crore. PM Modi met with the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee on Friday evening and discussed the state's pending dues with the Prime Minister. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi and Karnataka Governor met with the victims of the explosion at the Rameshwaram Cafe in Bengaluru. Prahlad Joshi lashed out at the Siddaramaiah government, saying fundamentalists are getting support from the Congress.
हम स्ट्रांगली इसको कंडेम करते हैं, इसको एनआई इन्वेस्टिगेशन करना चाहिए, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट इसको रेकमेंड करना चाहिए। इसके साथ ही साथ तो अभी जो पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद वाला उसमें भी प्रूव हो रहा है, तो ये सब देखते हुए कांग्रेस अपीजमेंट पॉलिटिक्स के कारण ही हुआ है। इन लोगों को एक तरफ से एनकरेजमेंट कांग्रेस पार्टी से मिल रहा है, सपोर्ट मिल रहा है, संरक्षण मिल रहा है, इसके कारण ये सब चीज हो रहा है।
Union Minister Nitin Gadkari has sent legal notices to the Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and General Secretary Jairam Ramesh. The Congress leaders received notices for sharing alleged defamatory content about Nitin Gadkari on the party's official X account. Following the cross-voting by 6 Congress MLAs in Himachal Pradesh in Rajya Sabha polls, party MP Digvijay Singh said action will be taken against the rebels at the right time. On World Trade Organization's 13th Ministerial Conference, Union Minister Piyush Goyal hailed India's participation and said that India successfully delivered on the issues and achieved the outcomes that were expected. The Union Minister added that no decisions were taken to harm any farmer or fisherman.
मैं समझता हूं कि भारत ने सफलतापूर्वक जो विषयों के ऊपर हमारी भूमिका थी उसको रखा है और जो हमारी उम्मीद थी जिन आउटकम्स के लिए उसको पाया है।
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is slated to visit Punjab for 2 days and will be participating in a program in Jalandhar. According to sources, the Chief Minister Kejriwal, along with the Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann, can make some major announcements ahead of the Lok Sabha polls. Slipping into a very short break here now, viewers, getting you details on the other side of how BJP is likely to announce the first list of the Lok Sabha candidates, and top sources say focus on the star candidates and the weak seats will be kept. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi will visit Krishna Nagar and Nadia districts of Bengal to inaugurate developmental projects worth Rs 15,000 crore.
When it came to my youngest son, Anand's wedding with Radhika, I had 2 important wishes. Throughout my life, I've been inspired by arts and culture. It has deeply moved me and I'm very passionate about it. When it came to my youngest son, Anand's wedding with Radhika, I had 2 important wishes. First, I wanted to celebrate our roots. Jamnagar holds a special place in our hearts and has a profound significance. Gujarat is where we come from. It's where Mukesh and his father built the refinery, and I started my career by converting this arid and desert-like area into a lush green township and a vibrant community. Second, I wanted the celebration to be a tribute to our arts and culture and a reflection of our heritage and culture created by the hands, hearts and hard work of our talented creative minds. संस्कृति और परंपरा ये नींव है भारतीय सभ्यता की, और इस प्राचीन और पवित्र भारत भूमि को मैं दिल से नमन करती हूँ।
The BCCI has unveiled the annual player contracts for Team India senior men category for the 2023-2024 season, and one of the biggest highlights from this announcement is the termination of contracts of players like Shreyas Iyer and Ishan Kishan, who recently went against the wishes of the BCCI and skipped domestic cricket for their respective teams. Ishan Kishan and Shreyas Iyer were excluded after ignoring the directive to play Ranji Trophy. Their exclusion can be seen as a stern message to young players unwilling to put in the hard yards in first-class cricket while chasing white ball glory and lucrative IPL contracts. Kishan did not turn up for Jharkhand throughout the team's campaign in Ranji Trophy, despite not being on national duty since leaving from the tour of South Africa in December, citing personal reasons. He has instead focused on preparing for the IPL next month. Now, Shreyas Iyer, on the other hand, did not make himself available.
The security bill now. The bill includes funding for Ukraine so we can help keep Putin from his onslaught from succeeding in Ukraine. And I want to thank you, Georgia, for Italy's unwavering support for Ukraine and your leadership of the G7 this year. And we need to do more, and the United States will do more. In the coming days, we're going to join with our friends in Jordan and others in providing airdrops of additional food and supplies into Ukraine, and seek to continue to open up other avenues into Ukraine, including the possibility of a marine corridor to deliver large amounts of humanitarian assistance. In addition to expanding deliveries by land, as I said, we're going to insist that Israel facilitate more trucks and more routes to get more and more people the help they need. No excuses, because the truth is, aid flowing to Gaza is nowhere nearly enough. Now, it's nowhere nearly enough. Innocent lives are on the line, and children's lives are on the line. I mean, we won't stand by and let until we get more aid in there. We should be getting hundreds of trucks in, not just several. And I won't stand by. We won't let up, and we're not going to pull out, trying to pull out every stop we can, get more assistance in. So, and here's the deal. We've been working, and hopefully we'll know shortly, and I know you've been informed. We're trying to work out a deal between Israel and Hamas, the hostages being returned, and an immediate ceasefire in Gaza for at least the next 6 weeks, and to allow the surge of aid to the entire Gaza Strip, not just the south, but the entire Gaza Strip.
Slipping into a very short break here now, viewers, getting you updates on the other side of how the BJP is likely to announce the first list of the Lok Sabha candidates. Top sources say focus will be on the star candidates and the weak seats.
It's 10:30 viewers, and here are the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on day 2 in Bengal will visit Krishna Nagar and Nagar districts to inaugurate developmental projects worth rupees 15,000 crores. Republic Kannada accesses exclusive images of the raw material used for Bengaluru cafe blast. Timer, battery, cricket circuit panel and wires had been seized, sent to FSL for further investigation. Republic accesses the Bengaluru cafe blast FIR. Copy FIR calls the blast an act of terror and conspiracy to murder people. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah to visit the cafe blast site in the afternoon to chair a high-level meeting soon. BJP likely to announce the first list of the Lok Sabha candidates. Top sources say focus will be on the star candidates and the weak seats. Congress all set to launch its poll campaign next week. Party manifesto committee meeting scheduled on March 4th. All right, viewers, back-to-back breaking updates on the Prime Minister Narendra Modi being on his second day to the visit to West Bengal. Just yesterday as well, he had carried out public rallies and had made some very scathing attacks against the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. And once again, we are looking at the second day where in fact the Prime Minister is going to be inaugurating and unveiling the developmental projects worth rupees 15,000 crores in West Bengal. And he is in fact travelling to the Krishna Nagar in Nagar district, where he will be unveiling multiple such projects. And stringent security arrangements have been made for the Prime Minister's visit to the district as well. Let me bring in Bhaskar, my colleague in the conversation, who's joining us from Krishna Nagar. Bhaskar, it's over to you. Please speak to us about the entire itinerary of the Prime Minister. We had seen him addressing some very public rallies and making those very scathing attacks against the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, calling her out for the Sandeshkhali incident as well. Today, what is exactly expected of the Prime Minister, where he will be addressing the public rallies, and what are the projects that he's also going to be unveiling?
Right now, Mr. Narendra Modi will join in a government program, and later he will address a public meeting here in Krishna Nagar. And this is very important public meeting in respect to Lok Sabha poll, in this upcoming Lok Sabha poll, because in Krishna Nagar, expelled MP Mahua Maitro was accused for taking bribe right now. And the BJP workers, the common people, they are demanding a change in Krishna Nagar. And a change in all states, all the constitutional leaders from Bengal BJP, like BJP other senior leaders in the Bengal BJP, they are already staged the population is over, and within a few minutes, BJP State President Sukanta Majumdar and other senior leaders very safe in this right now that the Bengal BJP leaders, they are and right now, all we can see, the people, they are energetic, the people, they are waiting eagerly for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to arrive, and there is a meeting armband. Prime Minister Narendra Modi made his point very clear that he will not follow any kind of religion or any kind of intolerance in the state of Bengal. And right now, the government of Bengal, the BJP workers, they are expecting a change, and they are expecting over 35 seats from Bengal to secure at least 400 seats in Lok Sabha poll
for another Modi 2.4. And right now, Priyanka, all we can say is that the stage is all set, and within a few minutes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will arrive and he will deliver an address. And I would like to ask you.
All we can say that the stage is all set, and within a few minutes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will arrive and he will deliver an address. And I would like to ask my journalist, please show us our viewers, if possible, the number of people gathered in Krishna Nagar, the way people are waiting from very early morning to visit, to listen what Prime Minister Narendra Modi says is really energetic. And right now, all we can say that the BJP workers, they are waiting eagerly for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And Narendra Modi will deliver his speech within a very few minutes. Over to you, Priyanka.
That's right, Bhaskar. You're getting us some very important details from the ground as far as security arrangements are also concerned, and it is, of course, the day 2 of the Prime Minister being in West Bengal. Even yesterday, we had seen how the Prime Minister had addressed those public rallies and had also unveiled thousands of crores worth of developmental projects. But not just that, he had launched a very scathing attack against the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and also the TMC government machinery for covering up the kind of heinous crimes in Sandeshkhali as well. Let's take a look at this report to understand what is expected of the Prime Minister's visit today in West Bengal.
Prime Minister Modi is all set to visit the Nadia district today. He will address a public meeting and inaugurate projects in Krishna Nagar worth rupees 15,000 crore. A day after Prime Minister's fiery attack on Mamata's government in West Bengal's Armgarh.
बंगाल की स्थिति भी आज पूरा देश देख रहा है। मां, माटी, मानुष, ये इसके ढोल पिटने वाली टीएमसी ने संदेशखाली की बहनों के साथ जो किया है वो देखकर पूरा देश दुखी है, आक्रोशित है। साथियों, इंडी गठबंधन के लिए भ्रष्टाचारियों, परिवारवादियों और तुष्टीकरण वालों का साथ देना ही एक ही काम बचा है, यही सबसे बड़ा काम है।
Overall, he is set to lay foundation stone and inaugurate various development projects worth rupees 22,000 crore in the state. The PM will return to the state on March 6 to address a rally at Barasat in North 24 Parganas. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Moving on to some news in brief now, viewers. A team of the Forensic Science Laboratory, Bomb Disposal Squad and Dog Squad are conducting an investigation at the explosion site at the Rameshwaram Cafe in Bengaluru. The suspect of the IED blast that injured 9 people has also been identified on the CCTV footage. The district member of the BJP, Tirupati Katla, was killed by the Maoists in Chhattisgarh, Bijapur district on Friday evening. The BJP member was attacked by 4 to 5 unidentified men and lost their life during the treatment. The police are conducting intense patrolling and searches in the area to arrest the suspects. Uttarakhand police arrested 5 women in Bandhulpura area in connection with the Haldwani violence. According to the police officials, the total arrest made in February 8th incident rises to 89. Assam Rifles launched an operation on March 1st in More, Manipur and seized pistol, 10 IEDs, 3 grenades and ammunition. The recovered arms and ammunition were handed over to the police. One individual has been killed after a tanker collided with a hillside near Maudpasi in the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway. The dead body of the deceased has been sent for autopsy and further investigation is underway. The Defence Ministry signed a contract with an Indian manufacturer to upgrade the simulator of the Su-30 MKI fighter aircraft in the Indian Air Force. The upgrade to the aircraft will also incorporate all indigenous weapons and capabilities, enhancing operational training for the IAF pilots. Jammu-Srinagar National Highway has been blocked due to massive mudslide in Dalwas and Mospase areas of Ramban. The entire stretch of the National Highway 44 is affected by the debris, causing significant traffic disruption. Cutting across to some more political developments that we're breaking down on your screens, viewers, Gautam Gambhir in fact has expressed gratitude to the Prime Minister and the Home Minister and has written a letter to the Prime Minister and also the BJP Chief JP Nadda requesting relief from the political duties. Of course, a very interesting and an important development when it comes to the 2024 Lok Sabha polls and also the CEC meetings that had been going on late night in the Friday at the national capital as well. And now in the latest that we're putting out on your screens is how Gautam Gambhir in fact has expressed gratitude to the Prime Minister and the Home Minister and has written a letter to the BJP Chief JP Nadda requesting relief from the political duties going forward. And he has in fact taken to social media, and that is where in fact he's also shared this update, shared this news, and has also expressed gratitude to the Prime Minister and the Home Minister, Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Home Minister Amit Shah. Apart from that, he has also written directly to the BJP Chief JP Nadda as well, and in that letter he has in fact requested a relief from the political duties and has of course also expressed gratitude for the kind of platform that political platforms that he has also been given, and now writing to JP Nadda requesting relief from his political duties. Slipping into a very short break here now, viewers, getting you updates on the other side of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi on his day 2 in West Bengal will visit the Krishna, Nagar, Nadia districts to inaugurate developmental projects worth rupees 15,000 crores. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back after a very short break.
आज प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अप्रूव किया है नॉर्थ ईस्ट में आसाम में पहला सेमीकंडक्टर यूनिट।
सबसे पहले देश में प्रयास हुआ था 1962 में, फिर 1980 में प्रयास हुआ, 1984 में प्रयास हुआ, 2005 में प्रयास हुआ, 2007 में प्रयास हुआ, 2011 में भी ट्राई किया। जब नीयत और नीति दोनों साफ होते हैं, स्पष्ट होते हैं, तो सक्सेस मिलती है। आज प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में संभव हो पाया कि भारत की पहली कॉमर्शियल सेमीकंडक्टर फैब आज अप्रूव हुई। बहुत जल्दी इसका भूमि पूजन होगा और जैसा आपने माइक्रॉन के केस में देखा था, विद इन 90 डेज एक्चुअल कंस्ट्रक्शन आरंभ हो गया जमीन पे, वैसा ही टारगेट लेके चलेंगे। 100 दिन के अंदर अंदर इस प्लांट का कंस्ट्रक्शन आरंभ करेंगे। साथियों, जो भारत का सेमीकंडक्टर मिशन प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 2021 15 दिसंबर को कैबिनेट में अप्रूव किया था, उसके तहत एक प्लांट माइक्रॉन का ऑलरेडी कंस्ट्रक्शन में है, एक ये फैब अप्रूव हुई, साथ ही साथ 2 और बहुत महत्वपूर्ण प्रोजेक्ट्स आज अप्रूव हुए सेमीकंडक्टर यूनिट के। हम सब जानते हैं नॉर्थ ईस्ट पे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो फोकस दिया अपने करीब 10 वर्ष के इस कार्यकाल में, 50 से अधिक बार नॉर्थ ईस्ट गए, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में कनेक्टिविटी की क्रांति लाए, ऑप्टिकल फाइबर हो, रेलवे हो, हाईवे हो, एयरपोर्ट्स हो, और आज प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अप्रूव किया है नॉर्थ ईस्ट में आसाम में पहला सेमीकंडक्टर यूनिट, देश का तीसरा सेमीकंडक्टर यूनिट, आसाम का पहला, नॉर्थ ईस्ट का पहला सेमीकंडक्टर यूनिट। ये यूनिट साथियों टाटा सेमीकंडक्टर असेंबली एंड टेस्ट प्राइवेट लिमिटेड TSAT, ये कंपनी लगा रही है। 27,000 करोड़ रुपीस का इन्वेस्टमेंट होगा। बहुत लार्ज स्केल पे इसमें सेमीकंडक्टर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग होगी और दुनिया के बहुत बड़े ऑटोमोबाइल मार्केट में मेड इन इंडिया, मेड इन असम चिप्स जाके लगेंगी। मैं नाम नहीं ले सकता, लेकिन बहुत बड़ी ऑटोमोबाइल कंपनीज में ये चिप्स लगेंगी। ये चिप्स, इस प्लांट की कैपेसिटी भी बहुत
Welcome back, viewers. Time now for some news in brief. President Joe Biden has informed the U.S. Will begin airdropping humanitarian assistance into Gaza. This comes amid the intensified Israeli offense in Gaza in the recent weeks that has led to massive aid shortages. And President Joe Biden has stated that he will join the humanitarian efforts as the U.S. needs to do more. White House has reiterated that the airdrops of humanitarian aid in Gaza is only a supplementary solution to solve all overall crisis. Says that a 6-week ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas is on the table and will be crucial for the release of Israeli hostages, sending in much needed aid into Gaza. UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak came down heavily against the violent protesters after weekly protests have been emerging in London to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Sunak said that the extremists are aimed to tearing apart Britain, adding that the UK has seen a rise in extremist disruption and criminality in the wake of the protest. Tensions continue in the US, where the former President Donald Trump is being prosecuted in various cases ahead of the crucial 2024 elections. In the latest, the federal prosecutors are pressing for the trial in classified documents leak case against Trump to commence this summer, and the Trump lawyers request to set the case aside until further, in fact, after the elections. Brazilian president repeats Gaza genocide remark, urges the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres to propose a motion to end the genocide in Gaza. At the CELAC conference, and the South American grouping of leaders has assembled for dialogue on environment and food distribution in St. Vincent and Grenadines for their 45th summit.
The theme for this year's annual summit of the Republic Media Network is Bharat, the next decade. Our focus is going to be what we can do in the next 10 years to make sure that we achieve the dream of a Viksit Bharat, a developed India, much before 2047. We're going to be looking at space, at technology, at business, at digital growth, the banking system, at governance, at e-governance, in sports, and of course, in politics. Viewers, the Republic Media Network's annual summit will be telecast and streamed live across multiple platforms. I really hope you'll join us, and I hope to see you there.
This is Republic Niva Bhupa Studio, your one stop for all the breaking updates. I am Rakshita Mishra.
Of the details that we have got regarding the list of the BJP candidates to be announced anytime now, I'm not going into individual names, but this is what I'm hearing. One, that there could be over 20 new faces in the first list itself. That's huge. Secondly, that over a dozen ministers, many of whom are presently in the Rajya Sabha or have been in the Rajya Sabha, will be asked to fight the Lok Sabha elections for the first time. And thirdly, that overall more than 40 to 50 sitting MPs will be replaced by the BJP. This means that in 2024, in these Lok Sabha elections, the BJP is going in for a shuffle ahead of the elections. This is in line with the periodic shuffle that the BJP has started to do in states as well. Unlike the Congress, the BJP shuffles its decks, shuffles its candidates, and shuffles those given government and political responsibility every few years. The BJP also brings in, periodically and with great thought, people with domain experience, even if they don't have a hardcore political experience, or they haven't been politicians from their 20s, and they bring them in after they've achieved in other aspects of public life, and they bring them into critical positions to strengthen the governance capacity of the government. Besides, this also ensures a great deal of freshness insofar as both the party and the government are concerned at the decision-making levels. Now, I'm asking you viewers tonight, is this not something to be appreciated? I know that there is a complete asymmetry which is not good for Indian politics. I know that there is an imbalance in Indian politics today, and I keep talking about it every day, but then it is neither Prime Minister Narendra Modi nor Amit Shah nor JP Nadda's job to invent and co-create an opposition. What is to be noted is something else. That despite this obvious asymmetry, despite the predominant position the BJP is in, the BJP is going into this election without assuming that it is going to roll over the opposition. That, in simple terms, is called a fighting spirit. What is a fighting spirit? In politics and in life, when you give it your all, knowing that you have a complete edge, when you give it all your all, when you enter the ring, knowing that there are no odds against you, but you still fight for every inch, that is called fighting spirit. And the BJP today has a fighting spirit where the opposition has none. When people tell you it's about organizational strength, it is about money, it's not only that. It is the fighting spirit that the BJP has.
One of the biggest fire events in Texas history, with more than 1 million acres of Texas land burned. From the start, I directed my team to do everything possible to help protect the people in the communities threatened by these fires. I'd like to say a few words about the devastating wildfires that are scorching Texas Panhandle and northwest Oklahoma. Yesterday, one of the biggest fire events in Texas history, with more than 1 million acres of Texas land burned. From the start, I directed my team to do everything possible to help protect the people in the communities threatened by these fires. In response to specific requests made from the state, we already have more than 500 federal personnel here working on fire suppression. That includes the deployment of 100 federal firefighters and more on the way, as well as dozens of additional fire engines, air tankers, small planes, helicopters to help fight the flames. And FEMA has already guaranteed that Texas and Oklahoma will be reimbursed for the cost of keeping folks safe. And we're grateful for the brave first responders risking their lives to save others. And we urge folks to listen to the warnings from the local officials, listen to them.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Ginny Narula. First, let's take a look at our top headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on day 2 in Bengal. He reached Krishna, Nagar, Nadia districts to inaugurate development projects worth rupees 15,000 crore.
अभी जगन्नाथ सरकार जी राज्य सरकार के मंत्री महोदय, अन्य महानुभाव, देवी और सज्जनों, आज पश्चिम बंगाल के पश्चिम बंगाल को विकसित राज्य बनाने की दिशा में हम एक और कदम उठा रहे हैं। अभी कल ही मैं आरामबाग में बंगाल की सेवा के लिए उपस्थित था। वहां से मैंने करीब 7,000 करोड़ रुपए 7,000 करोड़ रुपीस इसकी विकास परियोजनाओं का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास किया। इनमें रेलवे, पोर्ट, पेट्रोलियम से जुड़ी कई बड़ी योजनाएं थी और आज एक बार फिर मुझे करीब 15,000 करोड़ रुपए 15,000 करोड़ रुपीस उसके विकास कार्यों के लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास का सौभाग्य मिला है। बिजली, सड़क, रेल की बेहतर सुविधाएं बंगाल के मेरे भाई बहनों के जीवन को भी आसान बनाएगी। इन विकास कार्यों से पश्चिम बंगाल के आर्थिक विकास को गति मिलेगी। इनसे युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के नए अवसर भी पैदा होंगे। मैं आप सभी को इस अवसर पर बधाई देता हूं, शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, आधुनिक दौर में विकास की गाड़ी को रफ्तार देने के लिए बिजली बहुत बड़ी जरूरत होती है। किसी भी राज्य की इंडस्ट्री हो, आधुनिक रेल सुविधाएं हो या आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी से जुड़ी हमारी रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी हो, बिजली की किल्लत में कोई भी राज्य, कोई भी देश विकास नहीं कर सकता। इसलिए हमारा प्रयास है कि पश्चिम बंगाल अपनी वर्तमान और भविष्य की बिजली जरूरतों को लेकर आत्मनिर्भर बने। आज दामोदर घाटी निगम के तहत रघुनाथपुर थर्मल पावर स्टेशन फेज 2 परियोजना का शिलान्यास इसी दिशा में एक बड़ा कदम है। इस परियोजना से राज्य में 11,000 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा का निवेश आएगा। इससे राज्य की ऊर्जा जरूरतें भी तो पूरी होगी ही, आसपास के क्षेत्रों में आर्थिक विकास को भी गति मिलेगी। आज इस थर्मल प्लांट के शिलान्यास के साथ ही मैंने मेजिया थर्मल पावर स्टेशन के एफजीडी सिस्टम का उद्घाटन किया है। ये एफजीडी सिस्टम पर्यावरण को लेकर भारत की गंभीरता का प्रतीक है। इससे इस इलाके में प्रदूषण को कम करने में बहुत बड़ी मदद मिलेगी। साथियों, पश्चिम बंगाल हमारे देश के लिए, देश के कई राज्यों के लिए पूर्वी द्वार का काम करता है। पूरब में इस द्वार से प्रगति की अपार संभावनाओं का प्रवेश हो सकता है। इसलिए हमारी सरकार पश्चिम बंगाल में रोडवेज, रेलवेज, एयरवेज और वाटरवेज की आधुनिक कनेक्टिविटी के लिए काम कर रही है। आज भी मैंने फरक्का से रायगंज के बीच नेशनल हाईवे 12 का उद्घाटन किया है, NH 12 का उद्घाटन किया है। इसमें करीब 2,000 करोड़ रुपए 2,000 करोड़ रुपए खर्च किए गए हैं। इस हाईवे से बंगाल के लोगों के लिए यात्रा की रफ्तार बढ़ेगी। फरक्का से रायगंज तक का जो पूरा सफर है वो 4 घंटे से घटकर आधा हो जाएगा। साथ ही इससे कालियाचक, सुजापुर, मालदा टाउन आदि शहरी इलाकों में यातायात की स्थिति भी सुधरेगी। जब परिवहन की रफ्तार बढ़ेगी तो औद्योगिक गतिविधियां भी तेज होगी। इसी इलाके के किसानों को भी फायदा पहुंचेगा। साथियों, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के दृष्टिकोण से रेल पश्चिम बंगाल के गौरवशाली इतिहास का हिस्सा है, लेकिन इतिहास की जो बढ़त बंगाल को हासिल थी आजादी के बाद, उसे सही ढंग से आगे नहीं बढ़ाया गया। यही कारण है कि तमाम संभावनाओं के बावजूद बंगाल पीछे छूटता गया। पिछले 10 वर्षों में हमने उस खाई को पाटने के लिए यहां के रेल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर बहुत जोर दिया है। आज हमारी सरकार बंगाल के रेल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए पहले के मुकाबले 2 गुने से भी ज्यादा रुपए खर्च कर रही है। आज भी मैं यहां एक साथ भारत सरकार की 4 रेल परियोजनाओं को बंगाल को समर्पित कर रहा हूं। ये सभी विकास कार्य आधुनिक और विकसित बंगाल के हमारे सपनों को पूरा करने में अहम भूमिका निभाएंगे। मैं इस समारोह में और अधिक आपका समय लेना नहीं चाहता हूं, क्योंकि बाहर 10 मिनट की दूरी पर ही विशाल मात्रा में बंगाल की जनता जनार्दन इस कार्यक्रम में शरीक होने के लिए बैठी हुई है। वो मेरा इंतजार कर रही है और मैं भी वहां खुले मन से जम करके बहुत कुछ कहना भी चाहता हूं, और इसलिए अच्छा होगा कि मैं सारी बातें वहीं पर बताऊं। यहां के लिए बस इतना काफी है। एक बार फिर आप सभी को इन परियोजनाओं के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। धन्यवाद जी।
Now, news and wrap from across the country. Team of Forensic Science Laboratory, Bomb Disposal Squad and Dog Squad are conducting an investigation at the explosion site at the Rameshwaram Cafe in Bengaluru. The suspect of the IED blast that injured 9 people has been identified on a CCTV footage. The district member of the BJP, Tirupati Katla, was killed by Maoists in Chhattisgarh's Bijapur district on Friday evening. The BJP member was attacked by 4 to 5 unidentified men and lost his life during the treatment. The police are conducting intense patrolling and searches in the area to arrest the suspects. Uttarakhand police arrested 5 women from Banbulpura area in connection with the Haldwani violence. According to the police officials, the total arrests made on February 8th incident rises to 89. Assam Rifles launched an operation on March 1st in Moreh, Manipur, and seized 1 pistol, 10 IEDs, 3 grenades and ammunitions. The recovered arms and ammunition were handed over to the police. One individual has been killed after tanker collided with a hillside near Mount Pasi on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway. The dead body of the deceased has been sent for autopsy and further investigation is underway. The Defence Ministry signed a contract with the Indian manufacturer to upgrade the stimulator of Su-30 MKI fighter aircraft for the Indian Air Force. The upgrade to the aircraft will incorporate all indigenous weapons and capabilities, enhancing operational training for IAF pilots. Jammu-Srinagar National Highway has been blocked due to massive mudslide in Dalwas and Mospasi areas of Ramban. The entire stretch of NH44 is affected by the debris, causing significant traffic disruption. After the World Trade Organization's ministerial conference came to a closure, Union Minister Piyush Goyal stated that the meet had a good and satisfactory outcome. Goyal reiterated India's commitment to the interests of our farmers and fishermen and said that he protected India's interests at the highest level possible. Listen in.
We are delighted that we could welcome 2 new members after many years. A lot of issues continue to make progress in terms of discussions. Generally, through the MC13, progress was made on several contentious issues which have not been closed over many years. But forward movement is always signs of a possible closure going forward. India continues to retain full policy space for the benefit of our farmers, our fishermen, and in every respect, we have been able to protect India's interests to the highest level possible.
BJP is balancing arithmetic and politics for the electoral battle. With a focus to capture its hold in the states, BJP has been grooming new leaders to meet its 400-plus target. Will BJP spring a surprise by fielding new faces? Here's a report.
BJP is battle ready for the 2024 grand finale.
देश में एक ही गुंज है। मैं अभी आ रहा था तो वो गुंज यहां पर भी सुनाई देती है और वो गुंज है अब की बार 400 पार। अब की बार और साथियों, ये 400 पार का नारा ऐसे ही नहीं लग रहा है। ये तभी लग रहा है जब मोदी की गारंटी पर देश भरोसा कर रहा है।
It's all set to announce its list of candidates for the upcoming Lok Sabha polls. From employing public feedback to internal evaluation to high-level strategic discussions, BJP is leaving no stone unturned for its third term. Top sources say BJP has been grooming new leaders to meet its target. Speculations are abuzz. 1/3 of incumbent MPs are likely to be replaced with fresh faces. Sources say Sushma Swaraj's daughter is likely to get New Delhi seat, while Yuvraj Singh could contest from Gurdaspur seat. Young cadres such as Jyotiraditya Scindia is likely to be retained. Can PM Modi's master stroke meet 400 par target? Will BJP spring surprise in its first list?
Time to slip in a very short break. Coming up on the other side, Congress all set to launch its poll campaign next week. Party manifesto committee meeting scheduled on March 4th.
The theme for this year's annual summit of the Republic Media Network is Bharat, the next decade. India is a land of great opportunities. This is the time to grab the opportunities, to catalyze the run-up for the future. The Prime Minister will be delivering the chief keynote. We have confirmations from Home Minister Amit Shah, from Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, and a host of very, very special and distinguished speakers. I really hope you'll join us, and I hope to see you.
हमारा जो काम है वो आप लोगों के लिए ही है और आप लोगों की सुरक्षा के लिए ही है और आपकी सुविधा के लिए ही है। अगर हमारी फसल नहीं कटेगी तो हम सामने वाले के भी नहीं कटने देंगे। अगर आप सोचते हैं कि आगे लगाएंगे हो सकता है कि हालात ख़राब हों कि फसल फिर काट पाएँ नहीं काट पाएँ, तो उसके लिए हम यकीन दिलाते हैं ऐसी सिचुएशन हम नहीं आने देंगे। अगर हमारी फसल नहीं कटेगी तो हम सामने वाले के भी नहीं कटने देंगे। तो निश्चिंत होकर काम करें। बीएसएफ आपके लिए पूरा सहयोग करने के लिए तैयार है। जहाँ तक आपने बताया बंद बनने के लिए, और उसके लिए जो प्रपोजल है ऑलरेडी गृह मंत्रालय ने उसको अप्रूव कर दिया है। उसके लिए जैसे जैसे फंड्स आते हैं उसी प्रकार से वो आपके बनता जाएगा। तो मेरी उम्मीद है कि अगले 4-5 साल में हमारा पूरा बॉर्डर ऐसा होगा जिसके ऊपर बंद बना हुआ होगा और उसके पीछे आराम से आप अपने खेतों में काम कर पाएंगे। अगर कोई फायरिंग वगैरह होती भी है तो किसान जो खेत में काम कर रहे हैं उनके ऊपर सीधा असर उसका नहीं पड़ेगा और अपना छुपाव या आड़ लेने का मौका आराम से मिलेगा। और आपके खेतों के आसपास भी कुछ ऐसे हम सोच रहे हैं कि कुछ ऐसे बंकर बनाए जाएं कि अगर दिन में कुछ गड़बड़ हो तो इंसान उसके अंदर जो है शेल्टर ले ले और रात को हम पीछे उसमें ड्यूटी कर लें। तो दोनों का मिला जुला काम ऐसा हो सकता है। कुछ आपके पॉइंट्स बताए गए थे जो माइक से, तो मैं आपको ये यकीन दिलाना चाहता हूँ कि हमारा जो काम है वो आप लोगों के लिए ही है और आप लोगों की सुरक्षा के लिए ही है और आपकी सुविधा के लिए ही है।
विशाल पब्लिक रैली जिसका संबोधन आपसे कुछ देर के बाद ही प्रधानमंत्री करेंगे। प्रधानमंत्री को सुनने के लिए लाखों की संख्या में जो लोग हैं वो आपको दिखाई भी दे रहे होंगे और इसके साथ साथ एक बड़ी संख्या में लोग हैं, क्योंकि इतना बड़ा मैदान नहीं है जितनी बड़ी संख्या में जो लोग हैं यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं। तो लोग सड़कों के आसपास बड़ी बड़ी जो स्क्रीन है वो लगी हुई है प्रधानमंत्री का दीदार करने के लिए, इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि कब प्रधानमंत्री सुने। और आपने देखा भी है कि जब सरकारी कार्यक्रम में प्रधानमंत्री अपनी बात रख रहे थे तो उन्होंने इस बात का जिक्र भी किया कि बड़ी संख्या में जो लोग हैं वो बेसब्री से उनका इंतजार कर रहे हैं और कई बातें ऐसी हैं जो वो लोगों से उन्हीं के बीच में जाकर कहना चाहेंगे। तो कुल मिलाकर आज का दिन पश्चिम बंगाल के लिए एक बड़ा दिन है, क्योंकि हजारों करोड़ की परियोजनाएं तो शुरू हुई हैं, लेकिन जिस तरीके से आपने देखा है कि पश्चिम बंगाल में लोगों के ऊपर जिस तरह से अत्याचार हो रहे हैं, जिस तरह से जो पुलिस प्रशासन के लोग हैं,
जब इसको उस तरह से भी देख सकते हैं कि अभी तो जनसभा से पहले रोड शो चल रहा है, एक विश्वास, एक हम कह सकते हैं आत्मिक भाव जो वहां की जनता के मन में और आंखों में नजर आ रहा है कि कोई यहाँ आया है जो एक रोशनी के साथ है, जिसमें आर्थिक प्रगति तो है ही, साथ ही साथ लोगों का ख्याल रखने की जो जवाबदेही है वो सुनिश्चित हो पाएगी। ये एक विश्वास इनकी आंखों में नजर आ रहा है।
देखिए, बिल्कुल यहाँ के लोगों की आंखों में वो विश्वास नजर आ रहा है, क्योंकि वो चाहते हैं कि जिस तरीके से देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों में विकास हो रहा है, जिस तरीके से लोगों के लिए तमाम जो सुविधाएं हैं देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों में प्रधानमंत्री पहुंचा रहे हैं, तो पश्चिम बंगाल भी पीछे नहीं रहना चाहिए। और प्रधानमंत्री ने इस बात का जिक्र भी किया था कि देश की आजादी के बाद पश्चिम बंगाल आप देखें कि रेलवे नेटवर्क के लिहाज से काफी महत्वपूर्ण था, लेकिन उतना ज्यादा काम यहाँ पर नहीं हुआ और जो काम किया जाना बहुत जरूरी था। इसके साथ साथ ही बेसिक सुविधाएं देखें, मैं आपको बता दूं आंचल कि अभी भी आप अगर कोलकाता से बाहर निकल जाते हैं तो हर इलाके में रोड कनेक्टिविटी की जो स्थिति है, खासतौर से स्टेट हाईवे हैं या गांव देहातों में जो सड़कें हैं वो उतनी बेहतर नहीं है। लोगों को तेज कनेक्टिविटी की जरूरत है, जिसका जिक्र प्रधानमंत्री ने किया, और यही विश्वास लोगों के जो चेहरे हैं उस पर दिखाई दे रहा है। ढोल नगाड़ों के साथ जो लोग हैं प्रधानमंत्री को सुनने के लिए सभा स्थल पर पहुंचे हैं। हजारों की संख्या में जो महिलाएं हैं वो प्रधानमंत्री को सुनने के लिए, उनको देखने के लिए, उनका दीदार करने के लिए सभा स्थल पर पहुंच रही हैं। उन महिलाओं को ये विश्वास है कि प्रधानमंत्री जिस तरीके से महिलाओं को लेकर लगातार काम कर रहे हैं उसी तरीके के काम लगातार आगे होते रहने चाहिए। पश्चिम बंगाल की जो महिलाएं हैं वो यहाँ की सरकार से काफी परेशान है, कई तरह के अत्याचार उन महिलाओं पर हुए हैं। आपने देखा भी होगा, संदेशखली की बात करें या दूसरे इलाकों की बात करें, तो उनको ये भरोसा है कि प्रधानमंत्री जब ये कहते हैं कि जो भी अपराधी है उसको छोड़ा नहीं जाएगा, जो भी करप्शन का कार्य करेगा उसके खिलाफ सख्त
महिलाओं की सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने के लिए जिस तरह का संदेश कई बार प्रधानमंत्री कई मंचों से दे चुके हैं, ये भाव भी जनता वहां समझ रही है। और खासतौर पर अगर कृष्णा नगर की बात की जाए, जहां इस वक्त प्रधानमंत्री मौजूद है नीरज, तो ये पश्चिम बंगाल के उन क्षेत्रों में आता है जो अपनी सांस्कृतिक पहचान के लिए जाना जाता है। जिस तरह से ये जलांगी नदी के किनारे बसा हुआ है, सांस्कृतिक पहचान के साथ साथ औद्योगिक तौर पर अगर आर्थिक प्रगति भी जुड़ जाए तो चार चांद लग जाएंगे कृष्णा नगर में।
देखिए, बिल्कुल, और यही कारण है, आपने देखा होगा कि 15,000 करोड़ की जो परियोजना है जिनकी शुरुआत प्रधानमंत्री ने की है, उसका लाभ भी यहाँ के लोगों को मिलेगा। कृष्णा नगर को भी उसका लाभ मिलेगा। रोड कनेक्टिविटी, रेल कनेक्टिविटी अगर बेहतर होगी तो विकास की तमाम जो संभावनाएं हैं उनके द्वार भी यहाँ पर खुलेंगे और उसका फायदा यहाँ के लोगों को होगा। महिलाओं में जो विश्वास।
और प्रधानमंत्री पहुंच चुके हैं मंच पर, कृष्ण नगर पश्चिम बंगाल। यहाँ पर प्रधानमंत्री का 2 दिवसीय दौरा, आज दौरे का अंतिम दिन। यहाँ जनसभा से संवाद करेंगे प्रधानमंत्री।
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to proudly share with you that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has agreed to be the chief guest to deliver the chief keynote address at the annual summit of the Republic Media Network, which is scheduled for the 7th of March. The Prime Minister's presence is the highlight of this year's event, as always, which is on the theme, Bharat, the Next Decade. We are truly grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also extremely happy to share with you that the Honorable Home Minister of India, Shri Amit Shah, and the Honorable Finance Minister of India, Nirmala Sitharaman, will also be keynote speakers at the Republic Media Network's annual summit on the 7th of March. Over the next few days, I will be sharing with you the names of some of our other speakers and how you can be a part of the event as well. The Republic Media Network's annual summit, our marquee event, is on the 7th of March, and our chief guest is the Prime Minister of India.
The BCCI has unveiled the annual player contracts for Team India senior men category for the 2023-2024 season, and one of the biggest highlights from this announcement is the termination of contracts of players like Shreyas Iyer and Ishan Kishan, who recently went against the wishes of the BCCI and skipped domestic cricket for their respective teams. Ishan Kishan and Shreyas Iyer were excluded after ignoring the directive to play Ranji Trophy. Their exclusion can be seen as a stern message to young players unwilling to put in the hard yards in first-class cricket while chasing white ball glory and lucrative IPL contracts. Kishan did not turn up for Jharkhand throughout the team's campaign in Ranji Trophy, despite not being on national duty since leaving from the tour of South Africa in December, citing personal reasons. He has instead focused on preparing for the IPL next month. Now, Shreyas Iyer, on the other hand, did not make himself available for Mumbai's Ranji Court final against Baroda after being excluded from the team after the second test against England. He, however, has been picked for the Ranji semi-finals, which begin from the 2nd of March. The big names who have lost their contracts include Cheteshwar Pujara, Shikhar Dhawan, Umesh Yadav and Yuzvendra Chahal, who all have fallen out of favour with the selectors. Indian skipper Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Jasprit Bumrah and Ravindra Jadeja figure in the A+ category, which is the highest bracket of the BCCI's central contract. A total of 6 cricketers feature in the A category, including Ashwin, Shami, Mohammad Siraj, KL Rahul, Shubman Gill and Hardik Pandya. In the B category, BCCI has added cricketers like Suryakumar Yadav, Rishabh Pant, Kuldeep Yadav, Akshar Patel and Yashasvi Jaiswal. Now, as many as 15 athletes have been handed the C category contracts, including Rinku Singh, Tilak Verma, Ruturaj Gaikwad, Shardul Thakur, Shivam Dubey, Ravi Bishnoi, Jitesh Sharma, Washington Sundar, Mukesh Kumar, Sanju Samson, Arshdeep Singh, KS Bharat, Prasid Krishna, Avesh Khan and Rajat Patidar. Selection committee has also recommended fast bowling contracts for Akashdeep, Vijay Kumar, Umran Malik, Yash Dayal and Vidwat Kavirappa. So what has been a departure from the norm for the BCCI this time is that the
Prime Minister Narendra Modi on day 2 in Bengal. Prime Minister inaugurated development projects worth rupees 15,000 crore. Republic Kannada accesses exclusive images of raw material used for Bengaluru blast. Timer, battery, circuit, panel and wires seized, sent to FSL for further investigation. Republic accesses Bengaluru cafe's blast FIR. Copy FIR calls the blast an act of terror, a conspiracy to murder people. Chief Minister Siddaramaiah to visit Cafe Blast site in the afternoon to chair a high-level meeting. BJP likely to announce the first list of Lok Sabha candidates. Top sources say focus on star candidates in weak seats. Congress all set to launch its poll campaign next week. Party manifesto committee meeting scheduled on March 4th. Now, following the blast, Siddaramaiah provides details about the blast suspect, stating his determination to apprehend the individual at the earliest. Now, remember, viewers, Siddaramaiah was to visit the blast site and he's going to hold an important meeting somewhere around 1 today in the afternoon to discuss details as to how to take the investigation further. News just coming in that Siddaramaiah has given details of blast suspect. Siddaramaiah has gone on to say that we will find him at the earliest. Now, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has also said that BJP is politicizing the blast, and he has condemned the terrorists, of course, but has gone on to say that they mustn't do politics. Right, let's listen into what Siddaramaiah has to say.
ಅದು ಬ್ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರೋದು ನಿಜ. ಒಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಮಾಸ್ಕ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಟೋಪಿ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ಬಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಬಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ರವೆ ಇಡ್ಲಿ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಒಂದು ಕೌಂಟರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹೋಗಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ. ಕುಡಿದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅದನ್ನು ಟೈಮರ್ ಇಟ್ಟೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಸೊ ಬ್ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಸುಮಾರು 9 ಜನರಿಗೆ ಗಾಯ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಯಾರೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಣಾಪಾಯದಿಂದ ಪಾರಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ನಾನು ನಮ್ಮ ಡೆಪ್ಟಿ ಚೀಫ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರು ಮತ್ತು ಹೋಮ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರು ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಇವತ್ತು ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ, ನೋಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ನ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಪತ್ತೆ ಹಚ್ಚೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸುಲಭ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಫೋಟೋದಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಒಂದು ಬಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಳಿಯೋದು, ತಿಂಡಿ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದು, ಟೋಕನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಇಡೋದು, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿದೆ. ಕೂಡಲೇ ಪತ್ತೆ ಹಚ್ತೀವಿ.
Joining us is Prajwal, my colleague from Bengaluru. Prajwal, now we were just listening to Siddaramaiah. If you could take us through the details. He was, of course, talking about the details of the blast suspect.
Absolutely, Guinea. So the Chief Minister has made it clear that this is a low-intensity blast as well, and at the same point of time, he's also mentioned that as the photos of the suspected bomber is now being seen, it is very clear of the fact that he will be nabbed as soon as possible too, and he's now going ahead and confirming it as well. And the investigation agencies as well have gone on to intensify their investigation too, because from what we get to understand now, the Central Crime Branch sleuths have reached out to the BMTC department as well, and also Transport Minister Ramlinga Reddy has stated that his department will be giving in all the sort of logistical support which the Central Crime Branch needs, as well as the Home Department as well. And it is also now being confirmed by sources in the know of the investigation that this particular suspect had travelled by the 500 route, the buses which pass on the outer peripheral ring road as well, and he had taken a bus ticket, in fact, attacked and had used only public transport, and he's not used private transport anywhere, and he's gone ahead and carried out this attack. The BMTC vigilance teams are now going ahead and collecting CCTV footages of where this particular suspect might have traveled to and from what is the bus stop that he would have traveled to, because some of the sources are indicating that he would have come to Kundalahalli via Marathalli on this particular bus too. Apart from which it is being stated that he has recce the spots in detail as well, because he was quite aware of all the blind spots which was present at the cafe, and even while he came in, he's almost evaded the majority of the CCTV cameras, apart from one particular CCTV camera where his face is being revealed, and that is partially as well because he tries to go on hide his face behind a tree too, at which point of time he's lowered the mask to have food, but he's not had his food, he's left it there, and at that point of time he's gone on to place this IED device out there in the posterior part of the cafe. And not only that, it is also being stated that this looks more or less like a lone wolf attack too, meaning to state that singly carry out attacks against people as well, and also to make sure that the damage is extensive. And these are some of the preliminary points that has been found out in the investigation. Now, if we can go ahead and corroborate on this, it will be a very less time that the National Investigation Agency will be taking over this particular case, because it has been over 20 hours since this particular attack has been carried out. And after the attack, now the Central Crime Branch has already stepped in, and from what we get to understand, the Chief Minister will also be going ahead and forming a special investigation team to look into this entire incident. And why is the case still not being handed over to the NIA and the IB is the sort of questions that is being posed by the Saffron Party in the state of Karnataka, because we know for a fact that B.Y. Vijayendra had gone on to allege that this is government's move to go on and make and appease the minorities as well. So this is something that will have to be taken into consideration, and the FIR also clearly divulges information stating that this is an act of terror. They have gone on to mention on record that this is an act of terror, and also nuts and iron bolts and washers were also found. We have also accessed these images of timers as well as those 12-volt batteries, internal relay circuits, as well as all those wires too, and this shows that they had planned this particular attack in the same way as to how the Shimoga trial blasts were conducted, and also the Bengaluru bomb blast too.
Right, Prajwal, thanks for getting us those crucial details. Stay with us. Another update that has just come in, that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has accused the BJP of politicizing the blast. Now, he has also emphasized the condemnation of terrorists and is urging against engaging in any political maneuvers. Now remember, BJP and ruling Congress have exchanged blows at one another over this incident. Let's listen in to what Siddaramaiah has to say.
BJP ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಅವ್ರ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಬಾಂಬ್ ಬ್ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೀರಾಗಿತ್ತು ಹಾಗೆ ಆಗಲೂ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರು ಚೀಕಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಈಗ ಮಂಗಳೂರು ಕುಕ್ಕರ್ ಬ್ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ಆಗೇನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಹಾಗೂ ಶುಚೀಕರಣನ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಏನೋ ಹೇಳಬೇಕು
Prajwal, I would like to come back to you. Of course, multiple BJP leaders have held the Congress government responsible for the blast, while Congress hit back, accusing BJP of politicizing this unfortunate incident. And we just heard Siddaramaiah say the same.
Absolutely, Guinea, because remember that it is not only the state president and the leader of opposition, but also we saw a late night visit to the hospital by the governor of Karnataka, Thawarchand Gehlot. He did not comment on the incident, but only met the victims and left. But also joining him, and he was accompanied by Union Minister Prahlad Joshi, and Prahlad Joshi has condemned this entire incident, and he's also hit out at the ruling Congress government in the state of Karnataka, saying that this is the problem with the Congress, that whenever they come into power, they try to go ahead and appease one particular community, and this appeasement politics of the Congress is now not safe in the name of national interest, and this is something which will have to be questioned to them. He's also gone on to question that DK Shivkumar, the Deputy Chief Minister now, who was the KPCC President at that point of time when he made the statement during the Bengaluru Kukka blast which took place in November in 2022, had stated that they are his brothers, they are his brothers as well, and they should not be going ahead and making such sort of allegations against his brothers too. So therefore, looking at all of this now, it is being understood that the appeasement politics is becoming one of the major reasons for this act is what the BJP is going on to allege at this point of time. And not only that, every now and then we have seen that there has been a bit of lacunae, and the law and order has been on the edge ever since the Congress government has come into power. Even though this is a majority government, we have seen that several instances of law and order problems has happened, because in the last 1 week we have seen that there were alleged pro-Pak slogans which was chanted in the Vidhan Sauda. A Congress MLC goes on record on the floor of the House in the Council, senior leader BK Hariprasad, stating that Pakistan is not an enemy state, it is only a neighboring state, and he refuses to call it an enemy state. So all of these incidents are being now questioned by the BJP, and are saying that this government wants to go ahead and appease a certain section of the community, and this ahead of the Lok Sabha elections is only proving that they have vested interests as well. So all of this taking into consideration now, we will need to go ahead and look as to how the Congress will go on to counter it. From information we are getting in now, Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will be shortly landing in at the HL airport, and first he will be visiting the victims who have been who have been admitted to a private hospital, and also he will be speaking to their relatives as well, because compensation is also now being sought by a few of the relatives of the victims. And after which we are learning that Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will be arriving at the blast site where we are live from.
नमस्कार जानाई। सबसे पहले तो मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हमारे सभी टीम का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, क्योंकि बीच में से आपके बीच से निकल करके आपके दर्शन करने का मुझे सौभाग्य मिला। इतनी बड़ी तादाद में आप हमें आशीर्वाद देने के लिए आए हैं, मैं आप सबका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं यहां सबसे पहले तो आप सब भाई बहनों की क्षमा चाहता हूं, क्योंकि मैदान बहुत छोटा पड़ गया और उसके कारण आप लोगों को बहुत दिक्कत हो रही है। लेकिन मेरी आपको प्रार्थना है, अब मैदान में जरा भी जगह नहीं है, कृपा करके आप आगे आने की कोशिश मत करिए। आप जहां हैं वहां रुकिए, अब आगे जगह नहीं बची है जी, आप वहीं रुकिए।